this in the morning. I don't really need a microphone.
But it's going to be taped
Why
because
am I taped?
because two persons is having the class outside from here.
Okay.
They are 12
And
and they want to have the class.
okay. Okay. Well, I prefer not to.
Escucha, a ver.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a pretty good
Sí,
voice.
mejor. Sí, they are going to try without the microphone that
Okay.
you are.
So 10:30.
Well, like 15 past 10, please.
Ah, 10:15. Okay, cool.
They are going to be hungry and they want coffee.
Okay, cool.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Y el letrerito. No pasa nada. Ana, por favor.
Shall we close the door? Shall we begin? Okay. Shall we begin?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Quick learners. This is going to be fun. Okay, great. Yes. Yeah, good. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you this beautiful morning? Hi. How's the traffic? No traffic. That's good traffic. Okay, welcome to this two-day seminar. My name is Michael McNee. I'm from Northern Ireland. I've lived in Mexico for 14 years, and I've worked in Latin America for 20. So in spite of the illusion that I don't speak Spanish, I actually do speak a lot of Spanish. But it's a real great opportunity to be able to teach in English, because it is my native language. And I do understand that are we any bilingual people here today? Bilingual? Yeah. Are you bilingual? Bilingual? You have two languages? If you close your computer, it's easier to listen. No Spanish. Are you in my class?
No.
Easier here. Okay. What's this guy doing here? Yeah? Okay. Sorry? Oh, wow. Okay, so you have, how many languages do you speak? Three. Wow. Cool. Wow, brilliant. Congratulations. And Catalan, sisplau. Very good. Okay. Are you from Barcelona? You're from Madrid. And how did you get Catalan? Okay. Did you enjoy it? Okay, cool. Great. And the rest of you guys have learned Spanish and English? Just Spanish and English. Well, that's should be enough today. Good. Okay, the idea is that we try to do everything in English. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of communication activities. And although I know it may be strange to speak to someone from Mexico in English, I will encourage you to do it. Okay, so really take advantage of the opportunity. I'm not here to correct your language at all. We're going to be looking at leadership skills. We're going to be looking at creativity. We're going to look at the link between leadership and creativity, and how to create more creative companies and more creative cultures. Okay, I'm an artist. I graduated as a sculptor in Manchester University a long time ago. And I have spent most of my life working in what we call organizational development. organizational development is a branch of consulting where we try to help companies deliver cultural change. And obviously in the last 10 years, I would say maybe even the last 15 years, many companies are demanding they become more innovative, become more creative, and become more collaborative. And as I think you're going to find out today and tomorrow, creativity, innovation, leadership, and collaboration all go together. Okay? They're all kind of pieces of the same puzzle. So I think the challenge that you guys have as leaders in an organization is, how do we do this? How do we make our cultures more creative? How do we help people express their creativity in their day-to-day responsibilities? Okay. That's a kind of brief introduction. I don't know if you have any questions for me. Anything that you find curious?
How did you become from a sculptor to a creativity developer?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it was need, really, because when I graduated, I graduated with the illusion or the delusion that I would become a really great artist. And unfortunately, I'm not a really great artist yet. Yes. I keep trying. It was need, really. I mean, I needed a job after graduation. I was living in London, and I found a job in a graphics office. I worked there for a couple of months, and then I had this opportunity to go to Spain and work in Spain in a business school. And I had absolutely no idea of business. I've never worked in my life before, apart from my 3 months work experience. And I started really enjoying it, And so I started kind of studying, and I was involved in projects. English helped. I was put into projects where the clients would use English as their first language, and that was it. And I stopped painting for about 20 years. You know, the usual stuff. I got married, I had kids, I divorced. Yeah, you know the cycle, don't you?
The usual thing.
Yes, the usual cycle. But I did not repeat it, by the way. So
Thank God.
no, there's no yet. I learned that one.
Michael, but it's supposed you're, as a sculptor, you prefer to work alone. So why are you doing those?
Not really. Things have changed a lot. I mean, this idea that artists are these kind of solitary, deranged characters trying to express their emotions and work out their mental problems is a kind of fallacy. No, a lot of painters. I work with other painters. I don't do sculpture anymore, and it's not practical. I used to work in wood and metal, so I would really need a foundry, and I haven't found one yet. Excuse the pun. So I work with other painters. So no, we're not. Curiously enough, creativity and collaboration have always gone together. I mean, if you think of the great artistic movements, most of the great painters of the last 200 years were not solitary characters. They hung around in bars together, they went to restaurants together, they got drunk together, they got stoned together. You know, they did all this together. I don't do any of that, by the way. But they do it all together because ideas flow in groups. And that's really important and relevant to what we're doing today, and how we are trying to create more creative companies. Because the basis of growth and the basis of creativity and innovation has always been the group. We have this paradigm that it's a solitary thing. And it's, okay, there have always been solitary characters in art history, but most of them, and I would say 95% of the artists who have ever lived, have always been extremely collaborative. and share the way they do things. And that is more pertinent today because we have social media that really does help us belong to very, very large communities. I mean, I belong to an Instagram community, and there are thousands of us, and we share. You know, there's none of this hiding stuff. And yeah, I think I've answered your question. All right? Yeah. Okay. Any more questions before we begin? Anything else you'd like to know?
Have you ever made an exhibition?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the way you do it. I don't think, I'm not really sure if you can call yourself an artist if you don't exhibit. Now today you've got to do it. I mean, and it's really about getting people to see your stuff. And I mean, that's the way it works. Because you yourself, you never really know. I mean, I have pieces that I think are really, really good, and other people don't think that good. Not technically, but artistically. And I have stuff that I didn't think was that good, and other people have really think that it's really, really good. So you really need to have an audience to know where you are. And Instagram is a great audience because almost immediately you can, you know, when you publish a piece of work, almost immediately you can see the reaction online, and I use that as a kind of a litmus test to you know, the stuff that I'm working on. If it has a positive reaction, I know that's the kind of direction that I want to go in, because you do want to create positive reactions. You want to, I mean, I think really at the end of the day, as an artist, you're really trying to create beauty. That's really what you're trying to do. And of course, I mean, I can do it for myself, but it's not really about myself, it's about other people. So yeah, I do a lot of exhibiting. Okay, and I'm actually trying to get one set up in Tlalpan. Yes, I said that. I should have said that in English actually. So how would you say that in English?
You said Tlalpan.
Something like that, yeah. So yeah. Okay. Any more questions before we begin? No? Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to explain the objectives. I'm going to go through the kind of stuff that we're going to be looking at. But most of the day we're going to be playing, really. Playing and drawing and painting. Well, we're not going to be painting today, but we are going to be drawing, and we are going to be, you know, it's not really, this is not really a lecture. This is more of a workshop. Okay, so the idea is that I'm not the one that's doing the speaking, that you guys are doing the speaking. Okay, so I'm going to try and facilitate group activities where we can explore together in a very creative way what is leadership and how leadership is linked to corporate change and how leadership impacts on corporate culture. Okay, and what we need to do to create more creative companies. Okay, which I think is what you guys wanted. Because if it's not, we're really banjacks today. It's going to be a long day. Okay, good. Okay, the objectives are very, very, they're very easy. They're very straightforward. Okay, so what we're going to try and do is establish the link between leadership, okay, and the impact leadership and leadership style has on corporate culture. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. So, in other words, it's how your behavior as a leader and the way you lead impacts on the organization. Okay, what kind of stamp what kind of mark you're leaving on the organization or creating in the organization through your behavior as you try to lead. Okay, that's basically what the first thing we're going to try and establish. The second thing we're going to try and do is we're going to explore in English, which is going to be interesting, creative processes. Okay, and I'm kind of going to zoom on one particular process, which is highly pertinent today, called design thinking. Okay, design thinking has come from kind of alternative thinking into more mainstream. I would consider, as a consultant working in creativity, that it is probably the most important creative process we have at the moment because it's based on collaboration. Okay? And it's a very easy, straightforward way to approach the design of a service, the design of a product, and it's very, very easy to teach other people how to do it and kind of move our organizations in a different way. So we're going to be looking at that. We'll do that tomorrow, though. So, because more or less I've decided to concentrate on leadership today, leadership and leadership styles, and then look at creativity as a separate block tomorrow. Okay, great. And then look at first of all, what we need to learn to be more creative. Well, I wouldn't say more creative. I would say I think we all are creative. I think we were all born extremely creative. Growing up takes creativity away from us. So in many cases, you have to kind of reconquer and rediscover the child in you, that creative child in you. So I'd like to look at the kind of competencies we would need to get back in touch with to be able to lead through creativity. Okay, so that's basically what we're going to be looking at the next 2 days. Okay, any questions? No? No? Great. Thank goodness. Okay, so although obviously this will change as we go through the day and discover maybe new needs. This is more or less the sketch that I have for today and tomorrow. So we'll be looking at leadership and the impact on the organization, as I've said several times, creativity and the link between creativity and corporate culture, and corporate culture and creativity. So it's a kind of circle. Paradigms and how important it is for us to challenge paradigms as a part of this change that we're trying to implement in our organizations. The link and relationship between change and innovation. The competencies we need to be more creative and to bring out the more creative side in us. Creative processes and methodologies. As I've said, we will be looking at design thinking, but I'd like to look at other methodologies as well, just so that we become more familiar with them. Collaboration and innovation, group dynamics, diversity and feedback. Okay, so we'll kind of be looking at 3 major areas: creativity, leadership, and collaboration. Okay? Right. Great. So, that's enough about me. What about you? So what we're going to do today is we're going to begin by introducing ourselves. Okay? Yeah. So what I'm going to do is going to give you a piece of paper, colored paper, and I would like you to introduce yourself. You can obviously decide what information you want to share with us, okay? But what I will ask you to do is, with this piece of paper, the piece of paper that you choose, make something from the piece of paper that represents you in a way. Okay? So, yeah, would you like this? I'm trying to explain it again. So, use the piece of paper to make something that represents you, something that you can associate with, and tell us why you made that. Okay, it can be something to do with you, or your life, or your relationships. That's not so important. What is important is that you make something from a piece of paper. Okay? Yeah?
Yes.
Right. So, well, what I'll do is I'll just I'll divide the bunch in 2, and obviously take the color. If you want to take a piece of paper that has your favorite color, well, please do. Don't draw on it. Okay, no. Yeah, exactly. It will be easier. It will be easier, I know. But the idea is that we'll be drawing later on, by the way. But make something from the piece of paper. You don't. Well, okay, you can draw it. If you want to draw on it, draw.
Do something that we will feel
Yes, exactly. That is the idea. If you want to draw, draw. Okay? Just one. Anything one. But anything that relates to you. Okay? Well, we've changed the rules. Oscar has thanks to Oscar, we've changed the rules and you can draw. Yes. Yes, you can draw. Don't worry. We changed the rules. Thank you. Sorry? Yeah. You want this? These things? Or this guy? Yeah, where you go? Take them with you. Yeah, we have colored pens here. So do you want these colors? More colors, sure.
Do you have any scissors?
Scissors, I do. Okay, hands up who needs a little more time? Okay, how much more time do you need? 5 minutes, 3 minutes? 2? 2?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I didn't know that I was going to be teaching a group of artists today. Goodness. Great. Okay, I would ask you to start finishing up so we can start doing this activity. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Okay, who wants to begin? Yeah, come on. Great. Congratulations. You get the first point for today.
Okay. Well, I'm Luis.
Hi, Luis.
I try to do it with my shift. Three points, three triangles.
Yeah.
Because I really love to do sports.
Yeah.
I practice triathlon,
Uh-huh.
so I am very sporty.
That's brilliant.
I love soccer,
Okay.
so I draw a soccer ball
Uh-huh.
right here. And the other thing that it's very important in my life, and I think it's a part of my definition. It's I have a little child.
Uh-huh.
He is 8 years old.
Mhm.
So I love spending time with him, and I love to be a dad,
Yeah.
because I think that it's a very difficult thing, but it's a very funny thing.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm always playing with him and
Uh-huh.
trying to teach everything
Yeah.
but playing.
Yeah.
It's difficult,
Yeah.
but sometimes I think it's very regretful.
Yeah.
And everything in my life it's about to be happy.
Yeah.
And I'm always trying to being laugh and make jokes, and I try to be a happy person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
My kid also is that brings out the artist in you when you play with children.
Okay, yes.
And he's my greatest critic because he tells me immediately what he likes and what he doesn't like. So it's really pure. It's really cool.
And they don't have any limits.
No.
So because I when we play with Legos,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to do something, and
Uh-huh.
my thing is I can't do it because I don't have the shapes
Uh-huh.
and he never say no, and
Yeah.
I can. He plays some a few steps later,
Uh-huh.
he has a form.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. Kids are geniuses when it comes to creativity. Yeah. Brilliant. What do you do, Luis?
I'm working in AT&T.
Good. That's a start.
I think
well.
I think
You guys recognize him?
because I'm never working there. I'm always playing. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm a developer.
Uh-huh.
I work with developers and make very fun stuff with mobiles and web sites, and we are basically working on IT.
Okay, excellent.
IT part.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Who would you like to continue the exercise?
I'm sure.
Yeah, you choose.
Okay. No,
Not everyone. Me. No,
No,
it's him.
I him. He.
Okay. Yeah, him's good.
Me?
Mike.
Yeah.
Mikey.
Okay. So let me
My other
go
IT
in front.
Uh-huh.
My name is Miguel. This is Anem.
From Monsters Inc.
From Monsters Inc. I really love Disney movies.
Great.
The most important part of my life is my family, my couple, and I love to travel. I love to meet new cultures and
Mhm.
understand how these people think and how these people live.
Yeah.
Because I really, when I go to a place, I love to get into the culture
Mhm.
because I love to understand how do they live.
Mhm.
For example, when I was in Cuba, I suffered to get water because they don't sell water in every corner as in Mexico. And the difference between the society there and here is really exciting for me. The other thing that I like is to read. I love to understand or to meet the people. I work in AT&T in technology department
Uh-huh.
as enterprise architect.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Can you suggest who continues the activity? You choose.
Mariana.
Okay.
Well, this is part of me.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Mariana Orquelar. I work in sales and in IT. It's funny because I studied journalism. I also have a technical career in photograph, and I spend part of my life not only taking photographs. I make one exhibition very important for me, and that's what I like. It's like a diary. When I was 8 years, one of my friends in the private school gave me a diary. Since then, I write But
Wow.
also, when I started to take photographs, it was like a diary, and for me it's very important. I have been living a lot of things, a lot. Some of those were very difficult, but when I go in perspective and saw the pictures, I see the progress, and I love taking photographs. I love capturing the moments, and this is it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Can you choose the next person?
Yes, what were there?
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry today for my voice. My
Okay.
name is also Mariana. And I did this thing. I hope I don't drop it, but it's something simple.
Uh-huh.
But if you look deeper, if you open it, you will find something else.
Uh-huh.
And if you open it, you'll find something else
Uh-huh.
until like like a very small part.
Okay.
And I did this because I think that in my life I've experienced like if I experiment or look deeper into myself, I always find like something else, something that I wasn't probably expecting or preparing,
Uh-huh.
and I hope it keeps that way. And I folded it like in a perfect way because I think this is how sometimes life is.
Yeah.
I think that perfection is part of the beauty of it. So this is.
Okay.
Of imperfection is the beauty. Yeah, that's Juan Sally. Yeah, okay, cool. Very good, Mariana. Can you choose the next person, please?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm Elliot. I work in organizational development. This is mi tocayo. So I enjoy playing football. I love football. My family plays it too in the weekends. It's very important to me. It's a very beautiful sport for me. And every weekend we play the football flag in the weekends, and also I have a team. Some of the AT&T employees works in the same thing.
Wow.
So I really enjoy this sport, and this is my life for me.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much indeed, Elliot. Can you choose the next person, please?
Yeah, like Hector Candy.
My name is Hector Dulce. Mr. Sweet.
Brilliant.
Mr. Sweet.
You're really lucky because mine is Mr. Knee.
Yeah, I do the boat because I represent my life in navigate in the boat. I navigate with my family. I have a wife and 2 kids. My boy plays football.
And Elliot's team?
No. We are the team.
He's my boy.
Grown up, it's a good team.
A proper team.
Yeah. And I have a brother. My mother loves to paint. He's
Wow.
a kid. She has 7 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I do the boat because life is a trip.
Yeah.
And I founded waves, big waves, and sometimes I found a calm stream.
Uh-huh.
And I trip with my family, with my friends, and somebody with I know it.
Yeah.
Live it.
Okay, that's excellent. Yeah, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I choose Yuriko.
Okay. Right.
So, I'm Yuriko.
Uh-huh.
I'm half Japanese, half Mexican, and this is a crane called Tsuru in Japanese, and it represents also the Japanese culture, and in this colorful paper in Mexico, it's also Mexican.
Yeah.
And I also a mathematician and also an artist.
Wow.
Yeah, I started two careers too. And it's like me, very geometric and also like a piece of art or something like this. And one of my dreams is to fly, and it can move its wings.
Oh yeah.
And I think I always in the middle of two customers, two areas, and to also between network and arts and the voice of the customer. Always in there.
Okay, wow, that's incredible. And do you, what do you do? Paint or do you draw?
Yeah, painter and also sculpture with marble.
With marble?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But not more now. Also Japanese calligraphy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's huge discipline. Yeah, okay. And how do you, I mean, I hope you don't mind, but I mean, you talk about being in the middle. How does that work out, being in the middle? Is it middle of being Mexican and middle of being Japanese, or how does that work?
At the beginning, it was just like a funny play.
Yeah.
But when I grew up, it was a little bit hard because I didn't find my identity.
Yeah.
So I have to go deeper in myself and try to reach something and to construct, to build something for me.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not Japanese or Mexican. I'm Japanese Mexican.
Yeah.
Half and half.
Yeah.
And also half mathematician, half artist.
Yeah, that's interesting as well. Yeah, I have a very, very good friend who's in the exact same position as you. His parents are Japanese. He lives in Mexico, he was born in Mexico. And he's in the exact same position, he's kind of in between. His parents are very Japanese, I mean, they're 100% Japanese. Although they do live here in Mexico, and he's kind of torn between these two cultures. But his name is Joshua, but he calls himself Sergio. So he's even got two names, you know.
I have another name. My first name is Guadalupe.
Yeah, I knew you were going to
Yeah,
so now repeat that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much indeed for sharing that. That's lovely. Okay, can you choose the next person, please?
Yes. I don't know your name.
Hello, my name is Carolina Alcántara. I'm a visual merchandising manager. First of all, this is a plane. It's kind of plain. I love to travel. I think there's a lot of things to learn around the world. So next, but first of all, my family. And I make the all things with love. I love my job, and I think the love moves the world and the happiness. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Can you choose the next person, please?
Yes, eight.
Okay.
Perfect. My name is Elliot. I'm the chief of staff for the customer service team. If I need to explain what is this, I would say it's like operational support from all the team, and you need to keep your bus safe for all and all your it's kind of funny, but it's really awesome for me having this opportunity of learning of all the team all day, and just let them know they have like a whole support for any activity that they need to do. So it's really awesome. This is me. I would say the first part, and it's really important for me, being with my family, with my friends, and with my couple. I think if you stay with them and try to give them your best version every single day, you will learn and you will have like this complete part of you in order to be ready and develop the rest of you. Like the second part, that it's work. All my friends says, and also my boyfriend said, I'm a workaholic person. I need to work on that, I know. it's really having the opportunity of working in AT&T has been amazing, and you learn every single day there. So I'm really committed with the organization. So I really like my work, and I hope I can project that in all the things that we do. And the last thing I really like is to travel. All the people that I know also said to me like, what's your next goal for traveling? And I think that's like one of the things everyone needs to have. It's a motivation to continue, and even when you have a problem, you know there is something that you really like, that you really love, that made you continue and let you know there is always one reason to be better. And like in the whole picture, I would say this feeling of transcend and that let you mark here in the world, and that's just, I think it's only possible if you work in your whole development, like this whole vision of who you are and who you want to be.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Who would you choose? Continue activity, please.
Hello, I am Anna. This is a bike. I forget the name for this. Spokes or beams.
Spokes.
Every beams represents everything that I like to do in my life, or important things in my life. For example, my family, my career in AT&T, education as a teacher or as a student. And there are like this because I am finding the way to get balance between all these things important in my life. It's difficult because I don't have enough time to do all the things that I want. So I am getting old, and it's only one life. I want to do all, but it's not possible. So this is me trying to get balance. Are butterflies and dragonflies because they like me. Are free animals, insects, whatever they are. So it's all about me. I want to say something in addition that Elliot. I am chief of staff too. I want to add is like be a step further than your boss, and your boss is a VP, so they already are VP. It's very difficult to be ahead than a VP.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Can you choose the next person, please?
Borja.
Okay. One there, probably my whole life, as well. I think what represents me has been changing my whole life. It's what represented me a couple years ago, represents me now. Why? 2 years ago I was married, today I'm not. Just like you, kids, love them. Right now I'm struggling with my life and I'm moving forward to another thing. One of the things when I started my professional life was an art director in an agency. Today I'm a self-person. Projects. So my life has been changing continuously along the way. Right now, the thing I love the most, what I'm doing, what I'm studying, is architecture. That's my conservative career. So that's what I love to draw sketches of different houses. I can study about that. That's something that calms me down. That's something that makes me concentrate. I love spaces. I love one of the things I've been thinking for the past month is that the new architects must make proper living spaces for people. So that's why I change. I develop. I don't stay stuck in one place all the time. I keep moving all the time to achieve everything in my life that I need. And when I have achieved, stop. Move on. Just learn from something. Leave what I don't like behind. Just go on.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Borja, can you choose the next person, please?
Okay, my name is Natalia. I'm distributor manager. I had cancer, so that was a new beginning in my life. So when I had cancer 3 years ago, so that's what, like my one, I like being one.
Okay.
Then I discovered that you only need help, you need love, you need friends, and you need family. That's all. And what I ever said to me, what I ever tell myself when I was with this disease was, I keep going, always keep going, keep forward, and that's what I do. My life has been changing since I have cancer, so this is the new me. No? This is the new version of me. That's all.
Wow. Thank you very much indeed for sharing. Thank you. Natalia, can you choose the next person, please?
Hello, my name is Miguel Ángel. I did that shit. Okay? I am actor and I studied a master of organization. Right now I work in HR. It's very interesting because I never thought before I don't know a student. I never thought I would work in HR. I always so I will working with numbers, I don't know, forward, and right now, all the days I discover new work. I did shift. The name of the shift is data, and the C is HR. All the days discover a new work with the data in data. I don't know how to say capital money. Okay, and it's very interesting. I enjoy my job because it's a new area for me. I study with the people, not the numbers. This means it's very important. Before I never thought to people or to work with people to get a better environment. It's will be very important. Okay? And I always thought numbers, all symmetry, or I don't know. Right now it's me right now, and I enjoy all my days in nature.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Can you choose the next person, please?
Well, my name is Diana, and I need a plane. It's also discovered, or for me it's not, because I love travel. Maybe I don't have any saves in my bank account, but I have many photographs of many parts. So I love to travel, I love to know new cultures, I love to know new people, and I love to know different ideas, because I think that it's important to know different ideas so you can go out of the box. Because we always stay in our box, in our ideas, but it's important to know another in order to grow and in order to respect another culture and another ideas and don't do a judgment. So you have to respect the other person. And I'm a training manager in agency.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Can you choose the next person, please?
Laura. Hi, my name is Laura, and I'm a senior manager in AT&T. I'm in sales, and I'm
in charge of department stores. And I made an airplane because I like to travel a lot. I'm married, so I enjoy to discover new cultures and countries with my husband. And I think the airplanes represents the way that I see the life. And I don't like to become, and I like to discover new things. It's not about traveling. Maybe in the work you can move on, you can learn other things. That's because we are here, I think. So that's all.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Can you choose the next person?
Yes, Daniel.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Daniela. This is a heart because I think the love is the most important in the life, and I love my family. Is the base of me, and I love to travel. I love my work, my friends, my home, and I don't know, when you do all your work, your own work with love, you can be happy.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I choose.
Well, my name is Joel. I am packet port manager, all the implementation for the data social media network. That's what we do. What represents me is a pyramid, but in three phases. The base for me, as many of you guys, is my friends, is my family, it's my don't see, but that is important for you to get that success.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. That's a really good example. There's how many paintings of Picasso would you guys consider to be masterpieces? How many masterpieces did Picasso paint in his life? Well, there are a couple that are considered to be really above the rest.
But that's something, art is something that you can consider a masterpiece, but maybe for you it's not, for me it is.
Yeah, but in general terms, culturally, I mean, how many paintings or pieces of sculpture or print would you guys consider to be really extraordinary by Picasso? I mean, just it's a general question. A couple, yeah. There was probably 3, 4, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's be generous. Let's say 10. Okay. How many? Do you guys know how many pieces of work Picasso produced in his lifetime? He produced 50,000. 50,000. So his success rate was dismal. If you think about it, I think that's what you're saying. It's really about work. That's what it's all about. And curiously enough, creativity is all about work. And it's not this idea of these kind of light bulbs in your head. It's working every day. And as a painter, that's what I have to do. I find time, paint every day. Because if I don't, I get rusty. I just don't improve. Improvement is doing it all the time.
Yeah,
it's a really good
when
point.
you get that success, it's important for the people, but it's not the success. Again, you have another goal.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, that's what it is. It's work. It's just hard work. Yeah, very good. Can you choose the next person, please, Joanne? Go on.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I've heard a lot of things for all of you, so I'd like to have like an hour to say everything that I want. I don't have
Okay.
that much time. So, well, I tried to do a piano.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and a kind of music shift that says that music is life and music is maths. So, well, the music has been always in my life because when I was a child, my parents tried to help me to play the piano. I was not very good at this, so I tried to explore different ways to have always the music in my life because if I have a single day with no music on my head, on my mouth, I think it's a day that it was no a good one. Okay? So when I was at college, I discovered that I really love math, like you. Okay, so I study. Yeah, I study computer science, and I was focused to artificial intelligence. So since then, I've been always learning more and more and more about maths, and I think that the music is just a single way to express the maths. And you need to be very sensitive to sing, and to dance, and to play, and to be an artist like you. Okay, so I started trying to play piano. Later, I became a dancer for Mexican folklore music, and now I'm studying music as an opera singer. So I've been there like 5 years, I think. So having some things in common with Joel, for example, is that the people cannot see that you are twice or 3 times a week spending or investing time learning about how to have a very good note in your well with your body, because this is the most difficult instrument that you can play. Because you cannot see anything here. You cannot see anything. So
it's a good point.
So investing just an hour trying to reach out the perfect note is like an hour swimming. You invest the same effort in your body. So well, this is what I do on my free time. And on AT&T, I'm working as an IoT product development on the marketing side. But I think that working on that side, I'm trying. I have everything on a single piece because I have innovation. I have maths on the behind because Internet of Things is a different stuff, so different stuff, and you need to be creative and sensitive. So it's to be a kind of artist, creating something new. And it has been a little hard to be innovative because you don't need to fight with the people maybe that is closest to you. You need to fight with all the country because the people is not always happy to have something new that they really don't know. So I love my job, but it has been a little hard just to be there. But I know that we are close to be the first telecommunication enterprise to change the IoT world in Mexico.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Can you choose the next person, please? Now we have to remember who's.
Hi there, I'm Mia. This is a envelope. I like to travel, and it's supposed to be there a postcard inside. I used to travel in where I was before. Now I try to travel with my family. I like to draw. I try to study graphical design when I was in school.
Excellent.
I think I'm not good enough, so I finished business administration. And I think it was a good decision. Now I work in finance and project manager. I like to work with all the things. I love my job because I like to share the knowledge and help people to reach their goals in their projects. And that's it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Can you choose the next person, please?
Hello, my name is Teresa Murcia.
Hello.
This is a play, video, no? I think the life is travel. I'm trying to find my position in life. I try to enjoy each day. I am a person that have a firm proposal to improve each day. I like to reflect a lot about many things, about the comments, about when I hear something, when I see something. I like to observe the person, the people, because I think that for me, I have to discover myself, discover my capacities, my possibilities, my opportunities, and I enjoy a lot to work with my group of my collaborators, and that's it.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And you choose the next person, please.
Okay. I know everybody, there are a lot of airplanes, but also airplanes.
A lot of pilots.
But I think it represents a lot of my life in many ways. Actually, in this side, I have only mathematics, professional, work, everything. I will remember when you mentioned our workaholic, chief of staff. I have that experience, and I know how you need to work hard. And it's what I try to represent here. No? Also, at the same time, the sports I like a lot. I was scuba diving, swimming, soccer, a lot of things. And why I mentioned that because I think this airplane represents that, no? You need to have a balance because if not, it's crash. And the other balance is my family, all my friends. And currently I'm married. I have 2 kids. They are twins, both a girl. So I'm too happy. And what I want to share with you is depends on the, at least I'm not so old, but not too young. I like to say that because when you are young, you start moving a little, in my case, studying a lot. I have a master's degree in science. I like a lot mathematics. I like to practice kickboxing. You take many adventures. But when I get married, I start moving to the other side, you know. I know I've been there. Come to the left, come to the left. So it's why I like this, no? And at the same time, I have been working always in network planning. And usually the translation is not directly, but you say in Spanish, I can work in planning, like planificación. But it's the same, but it's important. So I always was in planning, in airplane.
Okay.
The other thing why I like this is because I have been working always in positions where you have division of many things. So when you are in the air, you can see many things, like they take decisions that keep you the line where you are going to arrive. So you have a direction, you have a position, you can go, you can move, but at the end you need a target and a balance. That's why I select it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Can you choose the next person, please?
Well, my name is Oscar. I hope that you can understand it. It's a newspaper. I am a hopeless journalist. I have the fortune to work in a journal in a paper here in Mexico at Reforma Daily for 7 years. And I love to tell human stories. It's fascinating to hear someone in an interview and share this experience with the world. And also, one of the most satisfying experiences in the world is see your name printed in here. But after many years of doing journalism, I studied communication. I have a master's degree in public administration. I find out that it was done for me. I wanted to do something different, but with the same spirit. So now I am a communication manager at AT&T, and I try to say the same stories with in a different context, in a corporate context. I was very surprised that when I came to AT&T, everybody was so kind to me. Wasn't expecting that, and I find this place fascinating. So this is actually my whole story. I think that even though I am tired of journalism, I hope that one day in my life I will return to it because I love writing. Someone was saying just a moment ago that if you don't practice your skills, it gets rusty.
Yeah.
So I still write mostly for myself, and I have some publications in some papers that don't use by my name, was for other names. But it's a practice that I keep doing. I keep writing. I have a journal, but not in a sentimental way, but only for practicing my writing skills. And I think that I am sure that someday I will come back to the thing that I love, that is journalism.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Can you choose the next person? Hi,
I'm Gabriela Legorreta, and I decided to draw a pony because I have a pony from since 2 years and a half ago, like a pet. But that wasn't life-changing for me because I was not like an animal lover. I've never had a pet before in my life, not even when I was a little girl. But I decided to have a bunny, and I have it cage-free. She's free in my house when I'm there. She's leader trained. So, and I like to draw that because I also discovered that bunnies are not what people think. People think that bunnies are tender, that are kind, that you can cuddle with them. But that's not a bunny. A bunny is almost aggressive. They are very dominating species. They are very lonely because they are prey. So, and also it's like that relationships in every space, because we think that we know people by their appearance, by talking with them like 5 minutes, we can judge them and tell everybody, oh, she is live with someone, and really trying to know them deeply, so you can have a real judgment of the people. And I think that if we live like this, we can work together. We can have a better society. Not only a bunny like this, because it's like the bunny that it's not too good, but the type of it also it's different. There is no one way to define human being or a species. And I also put pink because I'm like a little obsessed with pink. In a big face,
You're a pinky girl. Very good. Just a question I got. How do you train a rabbit?
With carrots. Difficult, but it's also in their nature, because as they are always hiding of prayers, they are used to also in nature to go to the bathroom in one place, hide. So you have to clean everything all day. Some work, but now she can.
Does it have a name?
Again, she's called Lily Red, like Elizabeth.
And when you mention the name, does she react?
Sometimes, but she's convenient.
Maybe she thinks she's called food. Maybe she thinks she's called food.
And also I like to tell people to take care in a good way of bunnies, because almost all people have them in a cage. And I'm like,
we could maybe form a group and we could free all of the bunnies. Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much indeed, Gabby, for sharing that. Can you choose the next person, please?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Miguel Legorreta. I'm a project manager for Trade and Collections Administration. My team is in charge of all the support and projects that have to do something with trade and collections. can see, I consider myself a very creative person, but not in the role because I'm very bad. I've done this way since I was a kid, so that's not a good skill for me. But what I try to represent is that, you know, when you come to life and when you die, you get nothing. You have nothing. You could have had something in the middle, but not when you arrive and not when you leave. Right? So life is about gathering and being wealthy, but not in the economic way. It's about gathering and getting wealthy of love. Right now, I have my mom. Then I had my friends, very good friends, almost like brothers. I have no other brothers, but I have friends that seems to be like my brothers. I have my wife and my kid, and I've had the fortune of gathering a lot of things. I've gathered prizes from many ways. I've traveled, I've done many things, and that's what I consider about being wealthy.
Yeah.
So I got myself a car when I got out of school. Now I get a motorcycle, and I try to achieve as many things as I can because life is too short, not in the frame of years. Because you don't actually know how much life you're getting.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't actually, even if you know that you have 120 years, you don't know if you're going to be useful at all. So life is right now.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So
that's it.
Basically life is about gathering. That's it.
Okay, excellent. We got. What bike do you have?
I have an Ironplan. It's in Spanish brand.
Okay.
So I'm trying to. I'm in the process. I've had it for a few months, and I'm planning to get a Harley, and then I'm planning to get another one that I like, and then I'll find something other crazy thing to do.
Why a Harley?
Because
they're really noisy.
That's the beauty of that.
That's part of the opinion. And then the whole thing around it, and
already got a bird, so Harley, right?
That's a really curious thing about Mexico. I find really curious. I've been a biker all my life, most of my life, and I've always preferred Japanese bikes because they're nice and quiet. They're almost silent. And it is a bit of a problem when you're in heavy traffic because you have to rev a wee bit, so the motorists know that you're around. But I'm just so amazed by how many Harleys there are in Mexico, and I can't really all these guys over here. They really love the noise. It's all about noise, and they're not that fast actually because I go to Cuernavaca with a group of bikers, and my bike's 700cc. It's not a big bike. But I can really blast these guys. Harleys, my bike is much faster than the Harley, and I always kind of say to the guys, well, why don't you get a faster bike rather? No, I like the noise, the vibration,
being on the road, enjoying everything. If you want to do something, I mean, you can have some other type. If you want to enjoy the ride and discover things and see things that you don't normally do when you're riding a car, that's what you need to do.
Oh yeah, and that was one of the very beautiful things about Mexico. When I first came to Mexico 20 years ago, one of my first, I wanted to buy a bike, and I was told not to. That it wasn't a good idea. There weren't a lot of bikes around, by the way. I mean, I came here in '99, and I think in a year I saw maybe 6 or 7 bikes at the most. And it's incredible how much Mexico's changed. I mean, you know, at the traffic lights there are 20 bikes at all the traffic lights. Bless you. Yeah, great, good stuff. I wouldn't get a Harley though. I'd get a Yamaha. They're cool bikes. Okay, take it easy, Mark. Okay, great. Can you choose the next person? Good stuff.
Hello, this is Diego. Well, I'm a customer lifecycle manager in marketing team. Actually, first of all, I want to say I enjoy a lot hearing your stories. I could take one piece of one of you and probably say something about me. So that's something I enjoy. I studied economics. It's a social sciences. Most say it is not. I believe it is, and I confirm it hearing all of your stories and seeing that we can find something in common, all of us in here in this place, even when we are diverse and have different preferences. And so, well, I did a play at first. I'm not as good as Yuriko for origami. I did it in a plane because I like traveling and all that, and I traveled probably 10 countries, and I want to know more of the world. But then I thought I'm making something different, so I did this. You pretend this is a flower, okay? And well, it gives me a lot of thoughts from my childhood. I remember always at home, we have a lot of plants, a garden. Mom always had like flowers at home, and I pretty much enjoy giving flowers to people that I love, not just my girlfriend or my mom, but I don't know, just take a flower and have a good day. And I'm saying all this because sometimes we struggle a lot with things. What Anna said made noise in my head, because you struggle, you don't know how to balance your time with your work, with your hobbies, with your family, with traveling, with spending, with, you know. So I pretty much like this because when you don't have very clear what you want to do, or if you're in struggle, you just probably get out, go to the garden, and smell the flowers, and just get fresh air, and remember that there are very simple things in life that can take you to much happiness and peace and tranquility, and we don't have to be like that always, like running and trying to do something. My therapist said a couple of weeks ago, and as well thinking in what Anna said, that if you're not satisfied with your life now, you can just make a decision and go ahead and go for it, no? Target that you mentioned. But also you can go backwards, probably 5 years, 10 years, and try to think, what have you become? What you were in that moment and what you are now, and you will see that not everything is bad, not everything is pissed off, and well, you will find peace, and you will find, and everything is going to be okay. So, well, that's why I made this, and thank you.
Okay, excellent, Diego. Very good. Can you choose the next person, please?
Yes, you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Lupita Bonilla. Sorry, my English is not fluid, but I will do my best.
Yep.
And my exercise is very simple. Represents one root to persistence. I enjoy my work. I am trade marketing manager in la región Sur Península. I like my work because link my teamworks, different teamworks, and it's very funny, it's very important, and I like practice spinning. I enjoy travel in different places, and it's important for me this reto.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Lupita. Can you choose the next person, please?
Can I have the last one?
No, I think there's still several people.
Hello, my name is Paola. I am an accountant. I have been working in this company for 12 years. Before Nextel, now NTT. All the time in my labor life, I have working in internal audit department. I love my work. I love identify controls for improve the company process. So the areas the rest of people sometimes hate internal audit department, but I love I love my activities. So this is my drawing. It's a flower. Flowers are beautiful and all the time are growing. I'm reflecting with this because I love share my knowledge with the rest of people, with my team. I like new challenges and my success. I love share with my family, with my husband. I like travel, new knowledge, new places, and so the flowers. The mean of flowers for me is beautiful and needs care.
Okay.
It's reflecting for my life.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much indeed.
Now it's your turn.
Yeah, now it's your turn.
Hi everybody, my name is Alejandra Diaz. I am developer manager. I know some of them just by seeing you. But I think I am a old soul because I like the old thing, the old-fashioned things. In fact, I am building for Victoria 1954, and it is my treasure. I wish someday I could bring this to my daughter because I have a daughter 1 year and a half old. And I think I am like a butterfly because I am free. I feel free. I feel free to go everywhere, to know everything what I want. But I am fragile because if I don't enjoy my day, because we have just one life, and if you don't enjoy the moment, the day, and try to feel better for every moment, you cannot be complete. So the butterfly is a very, very big important part of me. I have 2 wings, that is my family and my daughter. And if some one of them they are not complete or they don't have a good life, I feel very fragile and I think it's not it is how can I say, it is too important to feel in an ambient that it could make me have that impulse to be able to life.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, that was excellent. Okay, to try and wrap this activity up, listening to other people's stories, what kind of conclusions can you come to after having listened to your colleagues?
We have many things in common. A lot of things in common.
Okay.
And at the same time, we are different.
We're diverse.
Okay, diverse. What else?
It's very interesting to know about the life of the one that is next to you.
Yeah. How much of the information that was shared in the morning did you know before coming here?
No.
Why not? Because we haven't had a company. Okay.
Oh, I didn't know the story of all.
Okay.
And even if you have joined a meeting with that people, it's not the same as, okay, let me know what do you think about you?
Tell me. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Can you come to another conclusion or other conclusions about the activity?
I think we are immersed in our work and we we don't know each other in reality, you know. So I think that's it. We are immersed in so many things that you are working on.
It's like habit, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it could be the culture, no? Mexican and I are so ashamed to try to be close to another person and say, hi, how are you? It is very difficult for Mexican try to make a conversation in some parts. I think that most of persons have that problem.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I think that I can tell you, it depends on the country, and I think Mexican people is very open. They're very calm, they're very open, they're very cozy, they're very kind.
I told you that because in some
You
moments
go to-
when I am in buying someone or something, I say, hi, how are you today? And they say like, they, and try to say, what happened to you? What you are saying?
If you go to Europe and you go to the Scandinavian countries, or you go to Britain, you go to Deutschland, or you go to Germany, people are very, very cold. They're not open. That's something
Yeah.
to tell you.
But that happens when you travel. We are not like that. For example, in my case, when you travel to another country, you used to try to talk, to interact with that culture. So I think that we close our eyes here, and we don't observe everything that we have around. And if I find someone here that I would like to do it in cafeteria, for example, to try to say hello, how are you? But that be something deeper, because sometimes we
Yeah.
only answer, yes, I'm fine. You?
Yes.
And maybe you are not okay.
Yeah.
So we are in a automatic mode
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, and I think what has struck me is that you're an extremely diverse and extremely talented group. I don't know if that's one of your conclusions or not. It should be. I think there's a lot of talent. Let's exploit that talent. Let's see what we can do. Okay, we're going to do. Well, what time is it? Oh, we're good. We're good. Yeah, we're good. Okay, well, I'm going to divide you guys up into smaller groups, and I'm going to assign a task. It's a learning task. After we do the task, I'll explain why I assigned this particular task. Because it has an intimate link with learning. So I'm going to ask you to, in small groups, identify what your expectations are of this training course. So I suppose the main question is, what do you want? What do you want to know? Or what do you want to know how to do? Okay, what do you want to acquire? So when we leave tomorrow at 5 o'clock, you'll know whether we've been able to achieve that or not. Okay. So I think we're going to work in, I'd say, 6 groups. So I give you a number, and that number that will identify the group that you're in. So we have group number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 1s with 1s, 2s with 2s, 3s with 3s, 4s with 4s, 5s with 5s.
5s and 4s, 5s, 6, 1, 6, 1. Number 1.
do we have lunch?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
A ver, 2 o'clock today, pero
Two.
tomorrow 1:15
Okay.
at least.
Okay.
Porque it's Saturday and the only option is talks, and they close at 2.
Okay.
So they told me that at least 1:15 they are going to be accepted.
Okay.
So you better see, please. So we have coffee break, I think coffee break at 10.
Okay.
So they are very punctual, I
Okay.
think, tomorrow. So at 10, so we can go and eat at 1:15. Okay? How are they behaving? Okay?
Very good.
The group is good?
Good.
Okay.
Good group.
Bueno. Well, they have this. They are very, ¿cómo se dice? Amenazados, threatened, or whatever. But they have to do it okay and well.
Yeah, good.
Because they know they have to work. voy a entrar ya, pero pues aquí al college. Desde que a veces estoy dando mi
Y ahorita justo necesita fuerza para avanzar. No quiero terminar solamente, pero quiero tenerlo sin parar, así, y bien, bien. Otra vez. Cuando vayan no pueden avisar. Mucha molestia. Exacto.
¿Qué prefieres?
Sí, exacto. Como es la imagen. Sí, está.
Yo traigo el mensaje. Qué bueno.
No, para
Porque a mí me pasa mucho.
¿Las grasas?
Ah, perfecto.
Let me explain a little bit about what we're going to be doing in the next couple of hours. We're going to have lunch at 2 o'clock. So it's almost 11, so we've got 3 hours to explore a couple of concepts that I'd like to share with people. We're going to begin by exploring the nature of learning. Many years ago in Madrid, I was lucky enough, well, I wasn't lucky, I actually chose to do it. I was trained to be a trainer, but I was trained to be a trainer teaching adults. I chose to explore how to work with adults rather than how to work with children. So I kind of have always been fascinated by the way adults learn. Or should I say, adults don't learn. And some of these findings I'd like to share because I think you'll find them useful tools to accelerate learning processes. Okay, I'm going to give you some tips of how to really kickstart your learning processes. Okay, and that will help you throughout this whole course. And it will also help you with your people. Because you can transfer this knowledge from yourself to your people. So we'll spend an hour exploring how we learn and or some obstacles we have to learn. Then I'm going to share with you a creative technique that we will be using today and tomorrow. So called visual thinking. It's a kind of new way of exploring problems. And you will find it very, very useful if you do indeed want to start breaking or start identifying paradigms and how to break those paradigms. Thinking in a different way is really going to help you. Okay? So we'll be exploring visual thinking, and then we'll be using visual thinking to explore leadership. Okay, that's the kind of sequence that I want to try and establish. We'll look at learning, how learning works. Then we'll look at a creative thinking tool called visual thinking, and we'll immediately use that tool to explore leadership. Okay, that's basically the idea for today. Until 2 o'clock. Okay?
Yeah.
Good. Right, the exercise that we're going to do now, the activity that we're going to do now, is called the numbers activity. And we will be working with photocopies of this piece of paper. I have more than 100 photocopies of this piece of paper. They are photocopies. What does that mean? It means that there's no change in all of these pages. We're going to be always working with this page, photocopies of this page. Okay. Now, what do you see in this page? Numbers. Exactly. Have you any idea how many numbers there are? No. 99, 70, 80, 50. There are 90 numbers. They're all of the numbers from 1 to 90. Okay, they're all there. There's not one missing. Okay? Now, what are the characteristics? What other things can you see in this sheet? What is it about the numbers? Different sizes. Okay, so we have small numbers, we have medium-sized numbers, and we have larger numbers. Okay? What else do you notice about the page? Yes, there's different types of letter. Okay, which makes some of the numbers kind of jump out at you and some kind of hide. Okay, so we've got different types of letter, which has a visual effect. Okay, what else do we have? The order. The order. What about the order?
We normally
There doesn't seem to be any type of order. Okay, so this is the page that we will be working with, and the task that we will be carrying out is the following. I will ask you to try to locate the maximum number of numbers sequentially in 1 minute. Okay? So, sequentially is very, very important because that is really the only rule that we have. So, sequentially means that first we start with 1, then we go to 2, then we go to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Should that be that sequence?
That's the sequence.
Okay.
Okay? So, and I would suggest the way you do it to help you kind of follow that rule is you draw a line. So with your pen you find the 1, then you draw a line from the 1 to the 2, then the 2 to the 3, the 3 to the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay?
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, really easy.
It doesn't matter if we cross the line.
Doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter at all. We do need to start with 1. That is very important.
Can we just mark them instead of making a line?
You can indeed. However, it can be tempting to kind of, if you can't find the 12, kind of go to the 13 and then look for the 12. So I would suggest that you don't do that. Okay. Any other questions before we begin? No. Okay, great. I have a question. My question is, how many numbers do you think you will find? Okay.
In 1 minute?
How many numbers? How many? In 1 minute. How many numbers do you think you will find?
20.
20. Let's see. In 1 minute, 60 seconds. 60 seconds. How many do you think we'll find? You? 15. 15? Okay. No? No? 8 is wrong?
I'll do my best.
Sorry?
13.
13?
Yeah. 13.
30?
No, 13.
13? Okay, great. 10? 25. That's the spirit. 15? That's the spirit. Now we're going. 30? Like that? Yep. 32. Great.
99.
Well, that would be not for here. Because there are 90, they have 88. Great. 20. 40. 40. 42.
Yeah,
20. 22. 40. 30. 10. 30. 10. 28. 23. 35. 15.
18.
Very good.
15.
And
Also 18.
18. Okay, great. Okay, I'm gonna ask you, please. When you get the piece of paper, can you keep the printed side down? Okay, please. Tell everyone.
Are you sure you got number 1 in the sheet?
Oh yeah. No, yeah, all the numbers are there.
First assumption.
All right. 1 second, please. You. 1 second, please. Did you say okay, you ready? Yeah. Okay, go.
Stop that guy.
Okay. Okay, please. Can you turn the sheet over? Okay, and write the last number you found in sequence. Write the last number you found in sequence. So the last number you found, write it in the back of the piece of paper, please. Okay, you got it? Yep. Great. Now, let's see what we've got. Hey, tell us about what happened. 10. 10. Very good. Okay. 9. 8. 18. Very good.
And embarrassing 7.
7.
More embarrassing 5.
8. Very good.
I don't want to say. 13.
13. Okay.
8, 7.
7.
8, 7.
14. 14. Very good.
9.
9.
7.
7.
7.
7.
12.
12,
14.
14, 8, 9,
9. 15.
7,
14.
14, very good.
11.
11.
I don't know.
I went wrong. This is okay? 7?
No.
No.
It's
After
after me.
on
After
above?
the 30.
Yeah.
You have to pull down on that.
After the 9, where's the 9? Who's 9?
No, the first 10 that you have above is missing.
Ah, the 30 is missing. Let me go back.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is 3.
No, 30 is
Is your number?
7.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other one
Missing.
is missing.
Skip that one.
Missing.
Yeah, and this is 9.
9. Okay.
15.
15. Thank you very much.
9.
9. 15. 15. 7.
14.
14.
11.
11. And
15.
15. Okay, great. Well, did you do the exercise? Did you do the exercise? No, you didn't. No, okay. Right. Can you give me the sheets, please?
Yeah.
Now, I have been told by human resources that this is a proportional amount of your bonus for this year. They asked me to do it very quickly. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to try and reflect. We're going to try and explore what happened. What happened there? Okay, and see, yeah, exactly. And see if we can find something that's going to help us understand what goes on when we set expectations. Okay, and how expectations affect your performance. Okay, so let's see what's happening. Right, so to reflect, we need to go to the beginning of the activity. Okay, so we can kind of go through it again. So how did the activity begin? How did we begin this activity?
How much we
Enthusiastic. Okay.
you asked about how many numbers we are going to find.
Okay. Okay, Mariana, but was that the beginning of the exercise?
No.
No, it wasn't. You showed us the sheet. I showed you the sheet. Okay. Now, why did I do that? In what sense?
To show that the numbers will not be numbered.
Not only that, I mean, what were the characteristics that you guys identified? Size. Okay, so we started identifying, did we identify things that would help us do it, or things that would probably be obstacles? They would be obstacles. So, kind of without saying it, I showed you the sheet so that you would decide, you would make a decision. Okay? And I didn't want to force that decision. You were free to make your own decisions. And the decision that I was forcing you to take was whether you thought the activity would be easy or whether you thought it would be difficult. Okay? And because really when you think about it, when we're talking about our expectations, that's what we think about, is this going to be easy? Is this going to be difficult? When I set myself objectives, I've really got to think about what do I have to do? And how difficult is this? And do I have the resources and the competencies to actually do this? You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why I did it. Okay, because I could have started the activity by not showing you the sheet. And that would have been unfair because you would not have been able to set your own goals. You couldn't have done it. You would have had no information at all. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Right, great. Okay, so we set our own objectives. What did we use to set our objectives? How did you do that?
With experience.
With experience. What experience do you have? to be able to set an objective for this activity?
Working with numbers. Considering the time that we have.
Okay. Time. We use time. We use this idea of 60.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, good.
And to know our abilities.
Yeah. What kind of abilities?
I was thinking there was a way to solve all the puzzles. I was thinking there was a way.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, you look for a way of performing, of increasing your performance through using a tool or a methodology or a process. Yeah? And then other people thought about their own particular skills. Now, what kind of skill would you need to be good at this?
Visual.
It's a visual skill. So if you do something like, when you look for words in puzzles, or you do Sudoku, you're probably quite good at this, okay? Because you know how to scan. You know how to scan a page, okay, and look for particular pieces of information. Now, if you're not good at that, or you haven't done it before, your performance is probably not going to be that good. Okay, and that's okay, because you've never done this before. So if your performance is dismal, like 5, it's okay, because you've never done this before, right? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And so before you do it, you could probably say, well, I've never done this before. I'm not particularly interested in finding numbers in, I don't think I'm going to learn that skill, so I'm probably not going to be very good at it. Okay? Yeah. Would you agree with that? Yeah. Okay, that's kind of the way we do things. But look what happened. Look what happened, and it's very, very curious what happens. Because first of all, obviously, the person we have to blame for all of this is Eddie. Because yeah, you did. Now you didn't know, but you did do that. You set the expectation. Yeah. It was you that done it all, my friend. And well done, because in many other examples, people in Elliot's position have decided to set the objective of 60. And then you're really banjaxed. Because everyone competes with 60.
Yes.
And it's really curious because when you set these objectives, it doesn't really have anything to do with your abilities. It has more to do with what your colleagues say. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
I mean, you think about your reaction when Elliot said 15. What was the reaction of the group?
Oh, come on.
Now you imagine that in the workplace. You imagine that, and you as a leader demanding performance, creative performance from your colleagues. Can you imagine that? So we set objectives and we demand creativity, but we don't do anything to manifest that creativity or visibilize it. Can you see what I'm trying to say? Yeah, we've got to be really careful then. Because really what we're doing is we're instead of like freeing our creativity, what we're doing is we're actually holding it in. And we're creating an environment where creativity is not going to be, it's not going to be what we want. We want to work another way, and it's not going to be creative. Right? And curiously enough, we have 15, which is actually quite a good estimate. Okay? Then we have our colleague says, well, I'm not that good. I think he's better than I, so I'm going 15. and then Lupita says, no, you guys, whoa, I'm well behind. And then we have, thank you very much. And he says, no, well, I'm really awesome. I'm ambitious, And then we have, no, you think you're ambitious? So it's really curious. Because it has absolutely nothing to do with your own skills.
Yes.
You see what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
And we create these things without thinking. That's habit. And we probably do it every day without thinking. right? And paradigms is about, first of all, visibilizing these beliefs. And then we can decide whether they're true or false. Because that's what we mean by breaking paradigms.
This is some kind of instinct of competition.
Well, my experience has been the following. I've done this experiment for at least 14 years. Okay? Here in Mexico and in other countries. And in Mexico in particular, people are quite competitive. And unreasonably competitive.
Like the 99?
Which is a problem. And it is a real cultural problem because whether we like it or not, creativity is not born from competition. Creativity is born from collaboration. Right? That's the problem. So we have oil and we have water. And we can't create creative companies if we have a competitive culture. We can't. We can't. What we create with competitive cultures when it comes to creativity is improvisation. And in Mexico, we're very good at that. We improvise a lot. And we have become masters of improvising. We have turned it into an art. I think most international business schools would like to do a master's degree in improvisation. Because other countries aren't very good at it. We're very good at it. Okay? But improvisation is not creativity. It can be creative. Okay? But it is not creativity. And it is definitely not innovation. Because improvisation is temporal. That's the problem. When we improvise, we try to solve a problem, but we don't permanently solve the problem. We kind of get rid of the problem to be able to continue. Now, that is an important quality, but it can't be the only way to do things. Okay? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So we need to work out, how can we do this? How can we continue to improvise, because we need that skill, but how can we be more creative? And how can we create more permanent solutions that really do solve the problems, not temporarily? Okay, that's the kind of challenge that we have. So, we have this kind of, this almost genetic idea that we are naturally competitive. Okay, now that is debatable. Okay, now if we want to go into social history and the social sciences, we can look at genetics, we can look at psychology, we can look at social psychology, and there's probably a very, very good case that we human beings are not naturally competitive. We are naturally collaborative. We have got to where we are not by competing with each other, but by knowing how to collaborate with each other. And most of the great advances in human history were born through collaboration, not through competition. Now, it's been difficult because Adam Smith said that competition will benefit the society, but many people don't realize that Adam Smith got it wrong. And it was David Nash who corrected Adam Smith. Because David Nash said, what we need to do is know how to collaborate. And if we can collaborate together, the society will benefit from that collaboration. Okay? I don't know if you watched the movie about David Nash. This is a very, very special movie. If you haven't seen it, you should see it. And you should watch it because I think there are many business people today who still believe Adam Smith is correct. And I think many economists have agreed that he was not correct. That competition has not done as much for us as a race as many people thought. And many of the things that have gone wrong in our world have been the result of competition. Okay, and we need to really rethink that paradigm. Because if we continue to believe that we are competitive, we're not really going to create the types of environments to be more creative. Okay? Yeah. Right. So we've got to think about this. How we set expectations and objectives for ourselves, and how we value and how we evaluate our own skill sets. Because obviously someone who, this kind of number would suggest that this person considers he or she does have the skills to perform well. Okay? So also there's something else going on in there about how down to earth we are when we evaluate our own skills. Do we tend to overestimate our own abilities? Okay? Or underestimate the difficulty of the task. So there's kind of two things going on in there. Because I think I'm better than I am, and I think the job that I have to do is easier than it actually is. Okay? And that's a recipe for disaster. Okay? You would agree with that? Yeah. Okay. So we've got to work that one out. Now let's look at performance. What happened with performance?
The average is less low.
Yeah. Okay. It's actually slightly lower, I would say. Okay. Why was it difficult? Why was the task difficult?
Because in my experience, or what happened to me, is that when I look, for example, for a number, and it was small, then automatically I was looking for another small number, and I forgot that it may be big, and I didn't see them.
I know.
But once I discovered that, I tried to also look for big numbers.
Yeah. We kind of condition ourselves. One of the common conditioning in this exercise is that we kind of say before we begin, be careful with the small numbers. Okay, because they're small, they're going to be difficult to find. Okay, they're not. Because there's a little trick going on there as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all small. And then you get 8. And 8 is massive. And the funny thing is that many people don't get the 8. And the ones that get there is because they got it at the last moment. Okay? So, in some way what's going on there is that we precondition, and that preconditioning affects your performance. You would agree with that?
Yes.
So, if I had said, I have to be careful with the small ones and the big ones, I would probably have got different results. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, we can do this exercise several times, and probably what will happen is we will probably get better at judging our own skills. So we will know more or less what type of objective I could set, and we will probably increase our performance because we will use our experience from the exercise before and remember where the 1 is, where the 2 is, where the 3 is, where the 4 is. And we can be here until 5 o'clock, and you will probably be getting around 30, 40 numbers. Okay? Which would be very, very good. I don't think it will be very good for your expectations, because I think you want more than finding numbers on a piece of paper. But you get really good at it. Okay? You probably should be quite proud of yourselves. Okay, would you agree?
Yeah.
So, we have this ability. We have this ability to get better, we modify our processes, we tweak, etc., etc. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to teach you, I'm going to give you information that will change what's happening now, and we're going to compare what happened here to the next round of this activity. And basically, what's happening is that there is an order. What happens is, you can't really see it. You can't really see it because, first of all, you're not looking for it. What you're looking for is a number. So when you're in number 3, you're not looking for the pattern. You're looking for 4. And when you're at 4, you're not looking for the pattern. you're looking for 5. So you don't see the pattern. And the pattern is complicated because you have to draw these lines. But when you draw these 4 lines, you will see that there is a pattern. And these lines are magic, okay? Because it's a tool, it's a methodology, it's a way of doing things. Because basically what we've got is, we've got a 1 up here, we've got 2 here, we've got 3 here, we've got 4 here, we've got 5 here, we've got 6 here, and we've got 7 here, we've got 8, god damn 8, we've got 9, and we've got 10. Okay, so we have a way of doing something that is so important, and that is reducing the amount of uncertainty. Uncertainty is the enemy of productivity, of your own performance. If you don't know what to do next, your performance will suffer. Okay, so the more we know not what we're doing necessarily now, but what we have to do next is of critical importance. Yeah. The enemy. It's the enemy. Because when I don't know where to go, I'm going to waste time looking for where to go.
And another thing that you haven't mentioned yet is the time. You gave just just 60 seconds, and in 60 seconds you try to do your best instead of looking for the best way.
Yes, exactly. Instead of looking for the right way to work, we work the best we can. We do what we can with what we've got. And we are very good at that, by the way.
Yes.
But it's not necessarily creative. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. And that's a very practical example of what happens in daily work.
Yes.
They come with the boss or whoever, they come with a hurry and solve it now because it's burning.
Do something.
Yes.
What? I don't care. Just do something. You know what I mean? And we're very good at that, by the way. That's and that's maybe explains why we are so stressed up.
I call it a move.
Yeah? And because we're not looking for the smart way of doing it. And many times we think we're not going to have to do this again. So I don't have to have a tool to do it. So we invent. We invent how to do it. Okay? So when it comes, the same problem comes round again, or a slightly different problem, we have to reinvent and reinvent and reinvent and reinvent. So we never really have a kind of efficient toolbox.
You just solve a problem. You just solve problems.
And we improvise. We're very good at that. We're good at temporarily getting rid of the problem. Okay, and then that problem explodes somewhere else. At another time, when I'm in another company. So, and they don't have my telephone number. You know what I mean? That kind of thing goes on.
It's important, actually, was one of the main points. When you mentioned about the expectation, one of the points I wrote was exactly what you are mentioning now. Is how to do the balance between productivity and creativity.
Yeah.
Because, okay, you want to do the right things.
Yeah.
Or the right methodology. But the competition, the companies is, what?
Yeah.
How we can have this balance?
It's really complicated. It's really complicated. Because if it was easy, then everybody would be doing it. Right, that's the problem we've got right now. Yeah, what happens? Let's imagine that this is a common growing curve. Okay, let's say that things usually get worse before they get better, then they get better for a long time, and then suddenly there's a crash. Okay, that's what usually happens to companies, by the way. I mean, for thousands of years, because we have had companies for thousands of years, companies usually start, I mean, this period of time in their lives is critical. I mean, they say that if you can make it for the first 2 years, you can probably start consolidating your company. But most companies don't make the 2-year period because this happens. But if you make it and get it through, then you can expect growth. Now, for I don't know how long you can expect growth. What I do know in today's world is that those growth cycles are getting shorter and shorter and shorter. But also companies are getting quicker and quicker and quicker at getting there because they have to. But there is a moment when things start changing, when things start going wrong. And I've been a consultant for more than 26 years, and my experience as a consultant is that when I get called to a company that's close to here, there is actually nothing you can do. It's over. It's finished. I don't know any consultant alive right now who can turn a company around. They say that Jack Welch could turn General Electric around. I think that was a very, very particular case. But I think most companies, when they get to here, they are finished. They usually end up in bankruptcy or they get bought. Okay? Now, what is the problem? I'm going to answer your question. To do something new, if I do it here, I'm finished. Okay? Why? Because of this. Because my performance is not going to be very good at the beginning. Because this curve will repeat itself. So this curve will go like this. You see what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So what does that mean? It means the things that I'm doing to stop my company crashing are actually going to make it crash. Right? Because performance is going to suffer. Because that's the way it works. When you start doing something, you're usually not very good at it until you get a chance to practice. And even if you don't have tools, practicing it a bit, you will get better. Okay, you'll invent your own methodologies, your own processes. Okay, but at the beginning, performance will suffer. Now, if your company is, or if your team is already suffering performance problems, then introducing a new way of working will exaggerate that. So we have to be very careful. When do you start putting new stuff in? When things are going really well. Okay, because when things are going really well, you have the momentum to absorb this little dip in performance. Okay, it can happen. I don't know if I'm answering your question. So this balance between performance and creativity is when performance is really good. It's here. This is when yes, I need to have enough momentum to absorb this moment. I need to be able to do that. Now that is not the way many business people think, because many business people think if it's not broken, don't touch it. Exactly. But not only business people, we do it in their everyday lives, we do it in our own personal lives. I mean, you don't decide to change when you're extremely happy. You decide to change when you're really, really fed up with life. You understand what I'm trying to say? And that paradigm we need to change. We really need to change that. You know, we need to be able to understand that if we're going to continue to grow as people, we have to do it not when things are going wrong, but when things are going really well. Now that's more difficult because it requires you to have foresight. Now, foresight is the ability to see what's coming, or to feel what's coming, not what came, because the world has changed. The world in the 70s, the world in the 80s, was a world that we could more or less predict. We kind of knew what was going to happen before it happened. We kind of had a look at the past, and we knew that the present and the future was going to be more or less what happened in the past. But that all changed. And it changed in the 70s. It actually changed with one event in history, and it was the OPEC oil crisis. OPEC really changed the world. Because I don't know if you guys know the story of what went on in it was 72, August 72.
73.
73. You tell us what went on. Yeah.
Well, after the war, I will try to explain it briefly. After World War II, the United States established the Bretton Woods. That was a parity between gold and the dollar currency. So basically, that was based on oil production. So basically, they started to purchase oil from Arabic countries, Venezuela, Iran, etc. And they start to use their dollars to purchase oil. So the United States economy became very powerful economy with oil reserves, and they got the currency control worldwide because everybody got dollars. So basically, what happened is that in a moment, the Arabic countries realized, I have a lot of dollars, what should I do? I want my gold back. I want my, if I have a currency, $35 per pound of gold, I want my gold back, so give me my gold. United States realized they didn't have all the gold to back up those US dollar reserves. So basically, the international currency just cracked, and it became a currency crisis.
Currency crisis and a fuel crisis.
And fuel crisis.
Also, because what happened was that the United States and the big consumers were dictating the prices. Okay? It wasn't the oil-producing nations, it was the consumers, which is a crazy kind of world, isn't it? And the oil producer said, wait a minute, what's going on? And they said, no, we are going to start setting production and prices. Okay? And what happened was that the Seven Sisters, which was what we used to call the 7 companies that ruled the world in consumption, well, they started using up the reserves, and we started having huge shortages. Okay? Except for one company. And that one company was Shell. Now, Shell did things differently. Shell had created a unit, a business unit, that dealt in scenarios. And what they were doing was they were looking at the future. And they were contemplating things that could go wrong. They were saying things like, what would happen if this happened? What could we do if this happened? What will we do if there was a disaster here? The other companies were just business as usual. They were here and they were not willing to change. But Shell was there, and it was actually, of the 7, it was the least competitive. And in less than 18 months, it became the most competitive. Because they saw the future, and they prepared for the future. And they did it here. And the others couldn't react on time. So that's basically what we learned there. Now that we've carried through into business. So right now, we need to be more sensitive about the future. We need to understand what things are happening in the present that are going to play out in the future. Okay? Because we have to prepare our companies, we have to prepare our teams, and we have to prepare ourselves. Because if I need to speak Chinese in 2 years' time, I am banjaxed. I am not going to learn Chinese in 2 years. And not because I don't consider myself a smart guy, it's just I can't do it. You can't do it. To speak another language, in my case, I had to live in another country, and I would say around 10 years, I started speaking the language relatively well. And I'd say even today, speaking another language, my Spanish, I still have a lot of mistakes. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So we need to find how we're going to create this cushion. And I think this is what I'm trying to do is answer your question. I said we have to do it when things are going really well. Now, how do we help our teams realize that? Because the teams, when things are going really well, they're going to say, "Don't touch it." Okay, go for it. Yeah. So that's a major challenge. You know, how do we help our teams understand that what we have today only works today, and it may not work tomorrow. Okay, and in the world that we live in, which is extremely uncertain, it probably won't work tomorrow. probably most of you are realizing the things that you're doing today, you probably never thought you would do 10 years ago. And the things you will be doing in 10 years, you probably can't comprehend them today. Okay? Good. So we need tools. Okay, so I'm going to give you, so this is a tool. We have 4 lines. These 4 lines help you divide the page into 9. It is much easier to find one number among 10 than one number among 90. You would agree with that? Yes. My lines help me find where the numbers are. I have a sequence. I can see it. I have a system, a way of working. I can predict the future. If I am 5, when I find 5, I know I don't have to look here. I know I don't have to look there, nor there. I know I have to look here. And that's an enormous help. And it's curious because creativity, one would imagine it has no rules. And actually it does have an awful lot of rules. And if you break the rules in creativity, you don't get creativity. You get something else. Which is really funny because most people have this paradigm that artists are rebels and we don't follow the rules and this kind of shit. It's not true. We follow the rules because it guarantees results. Okay? Now, of course, you can tweak the rules and you can modify them as you become an expert, but you've got to know the rules. Okay? So it's not about just arbitrarily breaking rules. It's about understanding them and how they create a system and how that system can be tweaked. Right? So what we're going to do now is reproduce a typical training session. It's like I'm training you to be better at finding numbers. Okay? So I've taught you this is the tool. We're going to do the exercise again, and we're going to compare the results. We're going to compare the results from this attempt without having any tools to the new situation. Okay, and let's see what goes on there. Right, so I'm going to find again. Well, what do you think, Elliot? This time, what do you think how many numbers will you find?
I will say
28. 28. Okay, great. 35.
30.
40.
30.
30.
20.
40.
25. 25.
Great.
25.
30. 50? Okay.
30.
35.
28.
30? 35.
28. 35.
30. 35.
38.
28.
25.
25. Okay, great. Okay, when you receive the sheet, please would you keep the printed side down until everyone gets that? Reaction. What?
We still see it.
It's the same.
Yes.
It's not a test. Don't worry. Okay. It's okay. See how you guys get stressed out? It's okay. Hey, we're living in a free world, guys. Yeah, it's kind of. We have this thing about cheating, don't we? It's cheating. It's cheating. It's not. It's called collaboration. Okay? Okay. Okay, please turn the sheet over. That is cheating. Okay. Right. So, second, please. Ready?
Yeah.
Go! Okay, great. Now, would you do the same? Would you turn the sheet over, please, and write the last number you were able to find? So, Elliot, tell us about it. 25, very good. 21, 6,
35,
5, 17,
30.
13,
No, 30.
30. Oh, very good. 20, 7. Thank you.
Just 11.
11,
9.
9,
47.
very good.
19.
19,
15.
15, okay.
18.
Mm-hmm.
30.
37.
Good.
24.
37. 30.
37.
30.
36. 28.
24. 48. 48.
Oh, wow. Brilliant.
13. 30.
30.
30.
30?
Yes.
And
20.
20. Okay, 1 second, please. 35, 48, 47.
37.
These two. Well, these two are great. Okay, so what happened on this occasion? Why do we have a difference? And
We
what
have
are
a strategy.
we have a strategy.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's go back to the beginning of the second part of the activity. How did we begin it?
With previous experience.
We have more information.
We have more information. But what did we do at the beginning of the second part of the activity? We did something we did the first time.
Yeah.
What was that?
We draw the lines.
No, before that.
Before that.
We selected the sheet.
We did something before.
We knew.
We realized the expectations.
We did this. Now, why did we change this?
Because of the experience.
Because of experience. But just experience?
No.
Failure.
Failure, yeah. We changed because
And
of
the new
failure.
tools
Very
that I
important
have.
point. Sorry?
And the new tools that I have.
And the new tools, and those new tools created new expectations. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So it's not just experience. Because if it's just experience, that would mean that everyone who has a lot of experience in your organization would be the best. And that's not true. There are a lot of people who have a lot of experience and they continue to be terrible. Would you agree with that?
I'm a little confused. My performance, it was worse, but I don't know why.
Well, I'm going to explain to you. Don't worry about it. You do not need medical help. Yet. Okay, there's a reason for that. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay? Yeah? Good. So obviously we readjusted. We used our experience and the expectation of the tool that we're trying to practice its use, And we readjust it. Okay? Good. And in many cases, would you agree that we are better at setting our expectations? Yeah, we got better at it. Okay? And it's probably worthwhile in your life to get very good at it. Okay? Because in that way, you can really take control of how you improve. Right? And probably you will learn, or are learning, that they're usually not massive changes. They tend to be very small changes. And you need to be more patient with yourself. Okay? And more patient will help you deal with stress. Because stress is not a part of this course, but we will be talking about it today and tomorrow. Okay? So if I demand less of myself, I'm kind of more relaxed. And when I'm more relaxed, believe it or believe it not, my performance usually increases. Because it's really, really funny that there have been many studies carried out on the nature of performance. Because if you think about it, most companies want to know what performance smells like, what performance tastes like, because they want to reproduce it. And they have found 4 characteristics, 4 particular flavors for performance. Okay? And the first flavor is you are a master of what you're doing. Right? You have the skills to do it. Okay? So that's kind of the feeling that you have. You know what to do. You don't have to be going to internet or going to books. You already have this skill. Okay? And the second characteristic is you're not stressed out. You're kind of relaxed. Okay? That doesn't mean that you're lazy. It just means you're relaxed. You're not tense. You're not stressed out. Because stress, we have realized, is not very good. I mean, we thought 20 years ago we'd stress everyone out and we'd have very competitive companies. And what we found out is stress just creates illness. So we have a lot of sick people today because we stress them out. Yeah, unfortunately. So we do need to really think about that. How do we de-stress our working environments? And stress and creativity don't go well together. Okay? If you're under pressure to produce something in any kind of creative way and you feel that pressure, you normally don't perform well. Okay? Great. And usually you have a plan. You have a sense that you are improved, you're moving towards your goal. These are some of the characteristics of productivity. Okay? Now, let's look at a performance. What happened with performance? Did it get better?
Yes.
Most of the occasions it got better. Okay, and why did it get better?
Why?
Why? What was the reason for getting better?
You have a clue?
Yeah, you kind of know what you need to do. Okay? Is there any other reason? Give a strategy. Okay, really, now I'm going to tell you what this activity is about. Please raise your hand if you drew the lines. Yeah, if you drew the lines on your page. If you drew these lines.
I know those lines. No.
Okay. Now let's see the people who drew the lines. We have 1, 2, 3. Okay, you did them behind. That's interesting. I haven't seen that before actually. You did it behind. Very good. So we've got 3. Now something interesting here. This 3 people in this row did it. Okay. Now there's a reason for that. 4, and it's a good one, by the way. It's a very good reason, and we should do more of it. Actually, it's called copying. But we should do it. Actually, we should do much more. We should promote it. But it's really crazy because we teach kids not to do it. But it's the best way to learn. It's the best way to improve. It's copy. That's the way to do it. And as an artist and a creative person, you know what you do? You copy. You steal. You do. You steal like an artist.
Yes, but you have to.
But you have to tell the people who you stole from. Okay, you've got to be ethical about it. But that's what we do. We can't say that we are completely original. We're not. We copy other artists. We don't copy them to try to sell as they. We copy to learn. That's what we do. Okay, so we have 3, 4. Who else has the lines? 4, 5, 6. 6 people. And how many of us are there? 30. So what does this 6 represent in percentage?
20%.
What? 5%. Yeah, 5%. No, 20%. From all the person. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds more like it actually. 20%. I'm going to go back to this. Now, why didn't you draw the lines? Now this is really, really interesting what you're going to hear now.
It's going to take time.
Because it takes more time. Of course it takes more time. Why does it take more time? Because you don't know how to do it. And the only way to know how to do it is to do it. And if you don't do it, then you're not going to know how to do it. I don't know if you're really getting my argument there. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Now, you listen to that voice you have inside of you and the reasons it was giving you not to do it. And they're the exact same reasons that we have here. You see what I'm trying to say? If knowledge, when it's in your head, is useless. Knowledge, when it's in your behavior, is strategic. And the only way we can learn to do something is by doing it. And of course it's going to take you more time because you're learning something you don't know how to do. But if you don't do it, you won't learn it. It's like creativity. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. But what happens is that when we do this experiment, and this is an ongoing experiment, these numbers are quite consistent. You will find that when you introduce new methodologies, new ways of working in your organization, between 18 and 30% of the people will adopt those new methodologies almost immediately. Okay, almost immediately. And why will they adopt it almost immediately? Well, there are different reasons. One reason could be because everyone else is doing it. They're copying, which is very, very good, because it means that more people will start doing it. Okay? Or because they understand that the tool is a way of being more effective. Okay? The other 70% will decide not to do it. Okay? Now this is really curious, because these kind of numbers should show you what happens when it comes to creativity. Because think about this, guys. You guys want to know tools. You want to know tools that will make you more creative. Right? That's there. Not me, I'm not inventing stuff. You guys want tools. Well, why don't you use them? That's the problem. So we can be here for 16 hours, and I'm going to show you a whole load of tools, but you're not going to use them. And that's a problem. Now, we will have a great time together, okay? But tomorrow at 5 o'clock, if you don't use any of these tools, you will leave this session more or less the way you came in. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Yes. That is the challenge. That is our challenge. What do I have to say to myself to use the lines, to draw the lines? How can I stop listening to a voice that says, I'm not going to draw the lines because it's going to take too much time? How much time did it take you to draw the lines? A couple of seconds. And really, we're just beginning. So, and there was no pressure to get 50 or 60 or 70.
I have a question. Did you actually told us to draw the lines? Or
No, I never tell you to do that.
Okay.
Because if I tell you to do it, then most of you will do it, but most of you will say, God damn Irish guys, he's always telling me what to do. Right? And that means that when you have another teacher, you won't do it. I know it works with the kids anyway, but and adults do. We do it as well. And when we're told to do things, we don't like it. You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'd never tell you to do it. But what I do try to do is visualize that it's a sensible thing to do. So I try to highlight how it's going to help you. And although most people will say, I didn't need to draw the lines because I know there is an S. And what I do is I imagine the lines. Okay, now that is almost borderline madness. Because if you think about it, how much mental energy do you need to imagine something? Just draw the lines. Okay, get over the suffering for a minute, imagining something that doesn't exist. Just draw the goddamn lines.
Would it tell you that probably adopting new methodologies is a process? Probably, I mean, it's not immediate. Probably they did it immediate and it was good, but I mean, it takes a process.
I agree totally.
I did that madness thing in my head.
Yeah, yes, it is a process. But the process is slightly weird. Okay, and I'm going to share this with you, how this actually works. Okay, what I do want to do is, if the people who drew the lines, can you tell me your results?
37.
37?
37.
Well, first of all, who's the 48? Did you draw the lines? No. Right, this is very interesting. And this 47? Did you draw the lines? No, this is really good. Okay, now, one would say, yeah, but I did really, really well, but I didn't draw the lines. Okay? Now, how do we explain that? Because that would really destroy my argument, wouldn't it? Because we have two top performers who did not use the tool. Now, the explanation there is very interesting because they don't know what they could have got. Because if they got 47 and 48 without drawing the lines, probably with the lines, they could have excelled. But of course, we know the expression, when you live in a land of blind people, yeah, you have one eye, then you are the king. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
And that's interesting. Also, the people that drew the lines, although their performance was not the best, they actually know something that you guys don't know. They know where the lines go, but not in theory. They know where the lines go in practice. And that is special. That will impact their performance. They don't have that moment of, oh my goodness, if I draw the line wrong, then the system is going to be banjaxed. They don't have that nervousness because they've done it already. And doing it again, it's going to be much easier for them. Whereas you still have to get over that obstacle. And also probably you will be more resistant to using the tool because your performance without the tool is quite good. Can you see what I'm saying? Yeah. That's kind of what goes on there. Okay? So, this adoption thing. I'm going to rub this out. We don't need this anymore. There are a couple of things going on. I want to talk about change, and then I want to talk about learning. Change and learning kind of go together. Right, do you guys know the law of diffusion of innovation? No?
No.
Right, this is based on a study done in the 90s. And basically, Everett Rogers, psychologist, he was interested in how we adopt new technology. Okay? How do we adopt innovation? Okay? And basically what he discovered was that you can categorize, you can identify 5 groups of people. Okay? And their behaviors are very consistent. The first group of people you have is 2.5, that represent 2.5% of your population. They are your innovators. They are the people who will bring innovation into the workplace. They will bring innovation into the classroom. They will bring innovation into their societies. Okay? They're the leaders. Right? And as you can see, they represent very, very few people. Okay? And change does not happen with these people. Okay? Why? Because there are too few. Okay? There's another group here that we call the early starters. Okay, these early starters are very, very interesting because these people, when they see the technology or the innovation or the change, they will adopt it immediately.
How do you call it, sorry?
Early starters.
Early starters.
Okay. They kind of, I don't know if you, well, yes, I probably do know. You as I were probably just as fascinated when Apple introduced its first iPhone. You remember those days? They weren't that long ago, actually. It's about 11 years ago. I don't know about, well, I don't know about you guys, I don't know if you could do it, but I was one of the guys who got the iPhone sent from the United States. Right? You remember that they used to charge 500 pesos to unpack it, to unblock it? Yeah, I was one of those guys. Not the guys who did the blocking, but the guys who yeah. Now, so to some extent, I was here. Okay? And in my company at the time, within 2 weeks, there were another 5 people with iPhones. Okay? But it was a big company, 200 people. But relatively quickly, more people got iPhones. Okay? And why did they get iPhones? Because they could see them, they could touch them. Right? And it kind of, it resonated with who they are and what they want. Okay? Now these people, they take decisions, not rationally, but more kind of gut decisions. It was right for them. They wanted to be an Apple person because Apple made you look good. You know, you were modern. You were top of your game if you were an Apple person because it would show that you're creative. It would show that you're savvy with technology, and it said more about you than it did say about the telephone itself. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Okay. So these people would take these decisions really, really early. Okay. Now this group more or less represents what we have today in you guys, more or less. Okay. This is the group that drew the lines. Right. Now the curious thing is that if we do the exercise again, this number will change. Okay? Now, why will it change? Because we have more information, and you start seeing the benefits. You start saying, okay, right, so if I can get 48 without the lines, maybe I could get 68 if I use them. So I'm going to test. You know, and it's not about winning the game. It wasn't important if you got 48 and you were number 1 in this group. It wasn't about that. It's not about that. It's about your particular performance. Okay? Now, there's another group here. And this is a very interesting group. 34%. This 34%, they will adopt technology, but they're late. They need to see it. They need to see the results of the technology. They need to see other people using it. Okay, now you think about this. You guys are in a diploma. We're on a module about creativity. So let's think about how we create a more creative company. Okay, let's use this as a case study. Now, going back on Monday and being more creative, everyone here would need to be more creative on Monday to be able to start moving the company. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Because if only 5 of you on Monday are more creative, it's not going to be enough. It will die. Right? And that's a massive challenge when you think about it. How many people are in your company? 20,000. Well, yeah, 30,000 worldwide. 20,000 in Mexico. You need to get a lot of training. Right? You need to find really quickly this group of people, my friends. Because I'm sorry, my numbers are, I didn't realize that you were that big. Because I kind of thought that you guys were here, but you guys are these guys. So you've got to be looking for, on Monday, your creative people. The ones who it'll make sense to them. They will immediately understand that we need to be more creative. Okay? And it will resonate with them. And that's the group that you train. That's the group that you help. Because they will influence this group. You can't get to this group. You can only get to this group. And these two groups are critical. Because there's a little gap here. Okay? And they say the gap is between 16 and 18%. So what that means is you need 2% of these people. And if you can get 2% of these people, according to the law of diffusion of innovation, the company will tip. You will get mass acceptance. But you've got to get that 2%. If not, it's not going to happen. There's another group. And this group, they're going to take some time. Okay, they're going to want to see the results of this creative culture. Okay, they could take up to a year. And what many managers and leaders do, which is wrong, because it belongs to a paradigm that is false, is that they waste time convincing these people to draw the bloody lines. Right? Yeah, and you really use a lot of energy trying to persuade these people to do it another way. Okay? Don't do it. It doesn't work. How many people have you been able to persuade in your lives? Really? Probably very few. I mean, because we're an educated race, probably say yes with a nice smile, but as soon as you leave, we just do it the way we always do it. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
That, that's what really goes on. And then you have another group that's here, and they don't. They don't move. Okay? Don't expect them to move. I mean, the only reason they have intelligent telephones is because we don't have any stupid telephones anymore. Okay? So, I mean, because there's no option. They will not adopt the technology because they won't make those decisions. So what do we need to do? We need to promote these people. And now, what kind of people are we looking for? We're looking for people who will experiment with methodology. We're looking for people who will take risks. We're looking for people who are not afraid of making mistakes. Because adopting new ways of working, you are going to make mistakes. So, if we want to create more creative cultures, we have to create cultures where there is no blame. Because blame and creativity don't go well together. Right? So this moving of cultures is extremely difficult. But keep in mind that this goes on. There's another factor at the same time. So this is kind of multifactorial. Okay? One is your own expectation. The expectation should be realistic. And that's to say, the enthusiasm that you can produce with your creative tools is not going to be massive. You look for a couple of people who you can share this with. Okay? And a couple of people would be 4 or 5 people each. But think about the numbers. You get 4 or 5 each. Now we're starting to talk about 150 people. Now we're starting to talk interesting numbers. Okay? Because these guys need to see the 150. And when they start seeing the 150, they will come on board. And you only need 2% of it. The rest will just happen. And that's the way we change companies. Not massive changes, when we look for particular people. Right? So, draw the lines. And show your team that you're drawing the lines. Because if you draw the lines, they will draw the lines. All of them? No. But enough of them to help you start changing the company. Okay? Yeah. Good. Now, there's something else going on. I'm going to rub this out. You don't need this anymore. Any questions? Any doubts about this?
No, I just was wondering, what about the percentages? Because normally we look for a 100%.
Yes. Good question. No, we shouldn't look for 100%. You will not get it. So again, it's like saying 60 when really just expect 10.
Yes.
That's the problem. And that is a paradigm that many leaders have today. They believe the company will not change unless we have 100% of the people on board. That is false.
What happens when this 2.5% is not on the top of the pyramid? That are the ones that makes decisions.
That's That's a very good question. Well, I don't think there's just one answer to that question. Okay, I think there are probably a couple of answers. I think first of all, to change a company, we are assuming that change is top down. Okay, and it's not always like that. It's kind of mixture of top down, bottom up. That tends to work better. Okay. But for example, in a specific case of creativity, you don't need permission from your boss to be more creative. So we don't have to worry about hierarchies, I would say.
But as you see, there was a concern there. Get ways to influence higher positions.
Yeah, but let's forget about position in the organization. Let's think about the position on the graph. Okay? Because that's going to help us a wee bit. Because when we start thinking about tactics to influence my boss, then it's kind of almost macabre, you know? Yeah, I know.
Just one comment. The people in the top of the pyramid should be more in charge of handling everything else than just creating. So, not necessarily you will have to have 10 Einsteins at the top of the pyramid.
I would agree completely. I mean, I've recently been on a project with a chain of hotels, which is a great project, by the way. And they have hotels in Cancun, they have hotels in Jamaica, they have hotels in Dominican Republic. Really great client. And I've been working with the top management. And curiously enough, they had this belief that everyone had to agree with the culture that we're trying to implement. Okay, they're on one of these great place to work ideas.
Yeah.
So they're getting there. They are actually getting there. But so I did the top session with these guys, and I told them the truth. And I said, listen guys, don't bullshit me. I mean, I know some of you guys don't believe this. Okay, I know. And I drew this. And they were kind of, guys, he's found me out. Because we're very good at top management, smiling and saying yes, but then doing quite the opposite. So you have to tell the truth and say, I know that you guys all of you guys don't believe this. Okay, but I don't need all of you guys to believe this. All I need is 2 of you guys to believe this. Because with 2, we can start working. And that's kind of the philosophy there. So you need to be looking, if you're looking at your organization, you need to be looking up and down and around you to find this group. Because if your boss is here, forget it. Forget trying to persuade him or her. Because he or she will need to see the results of your actions. And you'll maybe need 6 months, you'll maybe need 8 months. You need to be able to go to this person and say, hey, look what we did. We learned how to do this, we used it doing this, and we've produced this. Now, I'm asking you permission to extend this to other teams. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So, it's kind of a scouting thing. Look for allies and alliances within your organization. People who are willing to take decisions at a gut level. And we know this because I'm deviating a bit, but I'm going to share it anyway. Have you guys heard of the golden circle?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's the golden circle concept. So what we've got is we've got why, how, and what. Now, these people will take these gut decisions. These are my why people. Just makes sense to do it. They don't need explanations. They're the kind of guys that say, okay, I got it, just let me do it. Get out of my way. Yeah? Now, these people are not convinced by this, because this doesn't convince anyone. You know, because we do take decisions at a very limbic level, at a level where our emotions are involved, and at a limbic level, our limbic brain is incapable of managing language. So, language, the what's in life, are not the characteristics of the product, that's not going to help, that's not going to convince them. But these people need to see. These people need to have models to follow. So, apply that reasoning to convincing top management, and it may not be successful 100% of the time, but you probably have a better chance of convincing them rather than telling them. And I really do believe it's about showing. I hope I've been able to answer your question. Yeah? Okay. Great. Any more questions about this? Yeah.
Is there a quick way to, I know that there are some tests and other things that are like more expanded, but is there a quick way to apply to see from our people where can we classify them?
Yeah. Have a meeting. Yeah. Get close to them. These are the guys that are going to say immediately, they're going to say yes. Well, I mean, their behavior will show you. These people will look like they're resisting change. Okay? These people will have these kind of the face that has no expression at all, and they kind of look at you in disbelief. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? And these people will kind of look down. Okay?
The first one there, where do I sign up?
Where do I sign up? How do I do this? When do we start? Yeah, and curiously enough, it was really funny actually. When I came in this morning, and I made that joke about when people ask you a question, please answer. We used the thing about language. We said, okay, we're doing this in English, etc., etc. Most of you were here. Most of you didn't need to be persuaded that that was the way we could work. Just, yeah, it makes common sense. So look for that. Look for early adopters. Okay? Yeah. Any other questions?
The name of the groups are leaders, early starters?
Late starters?
Late starters.
Yeah.
The name of the law for that Gauss.
Yeah, it's called the law of diffusion
Diffusion.
of innovation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good book, by the way, called The Diffusion of Innovation
Thank you.
by Everett Rogers. These are called laggards. And I can't remember the late starters and starters. These are early starters. These are late starters. I can't remember. Okay, but if you go into the internet, you'll find it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. So this has got a lot to do with.
Could you repeat the name of the book?
Yeah.
Diffusion?
Diffusion of innovation. Okay, and the law is the law of diffusion of innovation. Many companies are using it now as, change managers, we're using it to illustrate resistance and stuff like that. But many companies who are in the technology sector are also using the stuff that this guy's been studying. Okay. Anything else? Great. Okay, whoops.
We need to guess the artist.
Sorry?
We need to guess the artist.
That's, we're going to do that. We're going to do that after lunch. Okay, now, getting back to, so, our experiment with the numbers, because all of this has to do with numbers. Okay? So, when do we know? When do we know we need to learn? When do we know we need to change?
When we are in the comfort zone.
When we're in comfort zone, are we good?
Worrying about the day.
But if you're in your comfort zone, are you worried in there?
No.
Maybe if you have something new to do.
So, but actually that's interesting, because if you are worried, then you're not in your comfort zone. Comfort zones are very, very important, by the way. We all need comfort zones. Okay? Because you're in your comfort zone when you're very, very good. Okay? When you really know what you're doing. Now, many people use that expression to describe people who are unwilling to change. Okay? But it's not 100% correct. Because comfort zones are psychological things. And you're very good there. That's when you're a master. That's when you know exactly what you're doing. Now, getting out of there is learning. So you have around your comfort zone a zone that is, you're not feeling that comfortable, because learning is experimenting, learning is, and the question is, when do we know when to go there? When do we know when we need to get out or expand, which is the expression that we use, our comfort zones? When do you know that?
Sometimes it has to be a crisis.
Okay, sometimes it's a crisis.
To change.
Unfortunately, for many people, it is a crisis. Now, let's imagine a world where it doesn't have to be a crisis.
You set your own
Because the results are not what we were.
Oh, yes, but when the results are not when you're expecting, what do you think? We're doing something wrong. Exactly. Well, we name that when we are doing something wrong. When you are consciously incompetent. Okay? That means that you know that you don't know. Okay, now that is a brilliant moment. That is magic. Okay, because it's like, yeah, I know. What do you know? I know I don't know. Because when you know you don't know, you create this kind of psychic tension, and if it's related to your job, well, obviously, you better want to know. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah? Now, this is really cool, because if I know I don't know, I can take advantage of all sorts of tools we have today to learn. Okay? And the tools we use today they're pretty standard. I mean, for the last 15 years, many companies have been using a methodology that we call 10, 20, 70. Okay? It's a way of kind of explaining how to become more competent. Okay? Because competency is related to your performance. Okay? It's cause and effect. Right. How do we know people are competent? Because the results are better than other people. Okay? For example, you got 48. Yeah. So you are the most competent right now in looking for numbers. Congratulations. Well, we will invite you to lunch. Okay? And now, it wasn't 78, and maybe in another university, maybe in another country, someone got 78, but right now and right here, you are the king. You are the best. Okay? And all of us should consider us lesser beings. Because he is the best. And how do we know he's the best? Because it's there. He did it. We don't have to imagine it. I was not told that they did, the university told me that he was going to be the best. I was not told that he was going to be the best. He showed us that he is the best. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You got 48. You got 47. You were almost the best, but you're not. Okay, you're very, very close. Right, you got it, but you're still not the best. Because there can't be two bests. There's only one. And that's the way competency works. Competency, the competent is the person within this group who does the best. Okay? Obviously in this group, and then you go to your company, and now you're talking about 10,000 people. You go to a country, and now you're talking about millions of people. So that's the way competency works. It depends who you compare yourself to. Now, obviously, the way to do it, to become more competent, is to compare yourself with the best. With the best. With the best. Because they are the best. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Because I can't compare myself with myself because I could be blind. And I'm not that aware of all my strengths and weaknesses. Unless I see someone else who is better than me. Okay, now I could live in this little bubble thinking that I'm the best trainer here in the university, but maybe tomorrow I could sit on a course and realize I am not. There is another trainer here who is much better than I am. Okay? And when that moment happens, it will be brilliant, because I will understand that he or she is the best. He or she knows something that I don't know. They either have knowledge and or abilities and or attitudes that I don't have. Now, if I want to be the best, I will have to acquire that knowledge. And that's when our triangle starts working. Okay? Are you following me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, where do I get knowledge from?
From the best.
Okay, I can get it from the best. What do I have to do? I have to sit down and speak to that person. Yeah? Okay. Where else can I get knowledge? Formal training. Exactly. Like environments like this. Okay? Formal training. Where else?
Experience.
Books. Tests. Practicing. Yeah, but before I practice, that's a very, very good point. But the problem is with just practice, is that if I don't get new knowledge, I'm always recycling the same knowledge. So I'm not actually getting better. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I'm just changing, I'm just making it a habit. But that habit does not necessarily mean that my performance is better. You guys know it in the organization. There are people who are very good at what they're doing. But you take them out of that environment and put them into another environment, and they are not very good. And that is very common. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Right. So, this knowledge acquirement through training, through reading, represents 10% of what you need.
Yeah.
Which is weird, because the university probably told you and sold you the idea that you get 100%. Could you please stop recording this? You guys were getting 100%, but all you're really getting is 10%. They charge you 100, but you're only getting 10, because that's all we can give you. There's nothing more there. And how do I know that? Well, think about the exercise with the lines. The knowledge was there. I gave you 100% of me, but it just didn't work. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? And it wasn't about the training. The training was okay. It was pretty clear what the model was. There didn't seem to be any confusion about it. It seemed obvious that it was going to improve your performance. It was just that 80% of the population did not adopt it. Right? So something else is going on there. That proves the point that just training is not enough. It's not enough. Now think about this, about you and your people. Think about it with your people and the demands you have of your people. When you send them to training, what you expect from them. Because if you expect them to come back as supermen and superwomen, we're going to have problems. We're going to burn these people out. Okay? So we need to really think about that. Good. This 20% is a real challenge. And if you can master this challenge, you guys are really good. This is what we call peer-to-peer teaching. Peer to learn from each other. Be generous. Share. Give what you know. You want to get the other 13.5%? You want to get the 34%? Show them. Show them. Give them the tools. Encourage them to use them. Okay? Don't demand that they use them. Encourage them to use them. Facilitate the process. Okay? Because this 20% is when you guys start teaching you guys. And when you have conversations, for example, a conversation on Monday, how you are implementing creativity in your area of influence. Share experiences. Look, remember we did the thing with design thinking at the university? Well, look what I've done with my people. These are the results. I would ask you to, how could I improve this? How has your experience been? It's when you guys have a dialogue and create a dialogue and create spaces to be able to talk about this. Not about football, not about rabbits, about work, about creativity, about innovation, about how important it is, what tools are working, what's not working, so we all don't have to make the same mistakes. Okay? Now this is really curious, because many companies are not there yet, because they still have competitive cultures. And this is a problem, because we are already seeing that when you have a competitive culture, creativity stagnates, but also the flow of knowledge doesn't happen. Because I'm not really going to share my tricks with you if I think I have to compete with you. Especially when it comes to promotion. I'll show you most things, but I'll keep some of my secrets to myself. You know what I mean? And we all do it. Because we all have that fear. But get rid of it. It's not going to help you. If you're going to grow, share it. Give everything you know. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And because the problem is, if we don't do it, even though I haven't explained this 70%, all you can get is 80%. And 80%, when it comes down to competition, will always lose against 100. It will always lose. And there will be one company that will get 100. And they will be the winners. They will know how to do it. And they may not be there yet, but they will get there. They will be the company that are doing it, not because they have to, but because they want to. And that's cool, because that's going to give them a head start. You see where my flow, where my conversation is going? Yeah. Cool. Now this 70% is critical. And this is really where we've got to think about this. Because this is practice. Now you can't practice if you don't draw the damn lines. I'm frightened. I don't have enough time. Which are very understandable reasons. I mean, it's perfect reasoning. But of course you don't have enough time because you're just learning it, so it's going to take you longer to do it. Of course, that's how it works. There's no way of getting around that yet. But it's not just practice, it's practice and reflection. And reflection is critical. We've been studying a lot what makes high performance sports people. I mean, how do you get a Rafa Nadal? How do you get a Lewis Hamilton? How do you get a Messi? How does that happen? And what are these people made of? One of the characteristics that most of them have is they have enormous capacity to reflect. They know how to go back in time in their memories and relive experiences. And the curious thing is that they don't think too much about the things they do well. Except Cristiano Ronaldo. Who's probably not good fun at a dinner table. Why? Because he is continually reflecting on what he's really good at. Well, we know he's obviously really good at it. But knowing that you're really good does not help you learn. In fact, it does quite the opposite. Knowing that you're very good or thinking that you're very good stops you from learning. That's curious, isn't it? Because when we're learning, we want to learn. We don't want to not learn. So how do I learn? Well, I need to reflect on what I'm not doing very well. For example, I continually hear managers saying, I want to understand the strengths in my team. And what's wrong with that?
The strengths.
It's not their strengths. The strengths that they've got are their strengths. You want to understand the weaknesses of your team. Because that's what you've got to change. That's really where you've got to work. You're not exploiting their strengths. You're trying to compensate their weaknesses. Which kind of goes against the flow, because we have been told that we should really think about the things we're very good at and not so much the things we're not so good at. And really what we're doing is we're changing the argument. We're saying, it doesn't work that way. You've really got to understand what you're not good at. Obviously, that is related to your job. But it can relate to you as a person as well. Because when you understand, when you realize that you're not as good as you think you are, then what happens is, you come back to here.
And try to learn.
And you learn. And how do you do it? Well, you acquire knowledge. You ask, how did you do that? Show me how to do it. Then you say, my God, that's brilliant. I'm going to try here. Have you tried this? This is brilliant. And then try it. And do it, and do it, and do it, and do it, and do it. And it's the same example as Picasso. You know, Picasso painted or produced 1,886 oil paintings. He produced 22,000 drawings. He produced 332 sculptures. He produced thousands of photographs. And he got it right 10 times. You understand what I'm trying to say? That's the way it works. That's the way it works. So it's practice and reflection. Practice and reflection. The problem is that sometimes we don't know that we don't know. And we become unconsciously incompetent. Okay? Now this is a problem.
And there's something missing there.
There's a lot of stuff missing.
Time.
Time is very, very important. In some cases, some experts have considered to be truly competent in something, you would need to practice at least 10,000 hours of your life, which is 3 hours a day for 10 years. And so that kind of, maybe in our lifetimes we can only be competent in 2 or 3 things. We're not going to have enough time. But I would imagine that it's much more satisfying to be really competent at something than just know 10 things and know half of them and just be all right at them. I don't know. I mean, that's maybe too personal. I don't know. I think it's a personal choice. But I do have the feeling we all want to be very good at something. We don't really want to be jack of all trades. We want to be very, very good at one thing. I've got that feeling. I don't know yet. Yeah? So, time is here. Let's go back to here. This is actually considered a medical condition. It's called Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, Charlie. Okay. Dunning-Kruger have been investigating people who are not aware that they don't know. Okay? And these people are extremely dangerous, especially if they have initiative. Okay, they can be really dangerous. They are, and they tend to be the people who will give you the impression that they actually know. That's the problem. Okay? So, just because if I don't get close to my team and I'm not really looking at the results of his or her work, because I see him or her walking through the office and they're always the ones that are all like really confident and stuff like that, I may think that they are the ones. Well, they are not the ones. So you need to be careful with that group. Because in this same study, the Dunning-Kruger study, they found out some really interesting stuff. They looked at competency, and they looked at, the confidence. Okay, so they said, really, this is low, high, high. One would think that if you don't really know how to do something, you're not that confident. Okay, and as you learn and as you get better, you become more confident. That one would think that is logical. It doesn't work like that. It's actually quite different. People who don't know tend to be very confident because they don't know. They have no idea how difficult it is. You know what I mean? I get this all the time. I mean, I'm not saying that some of my paintings can be seen as childish in the way they're executed. But many people at exhibitions look at your painting and say, my child could do that. And they do, they actually say that. And they want you to continue smiling, by the way. Oh, thank you very much indeed. So I'll keep that in mind the next time I'm painting. And it's false. Their child could not do that. No way. You know what I mean? So they're kind of following up with this idea, because what happens is he who doesn't know thinks it's really easy. And oil painting is not easy. There are a lot of things can go wrong. Too many things can go wrong. And what happens is something like that. So what Dunning-Kruger found out, which is really interesting, is that people who don't know tend to be quite confident because they don't know. But as they find out it's more difficult, they become less confident. And it's only at the end of the experience, when they start becoming really competent, do they become more confident again. But they always have this doubt. So really, the way to be continually learning, because you've heard of this idea that we should always be learning. I mean, but they don't tell us how to do it. The way to do it is to have doubts, which goes against the flow, because from children at universities, we have been told not to doubt yourself. Be confident in life. You see what I'm trying to say? You know, project an image of confidence. It is so important. But maybe that is not helping us. Maybe that is sabotaging us. Because really, we should have a lot more doubts. Because having that doubt will help you learn. And I would say creativity falls into this scheme completely. I mean, but it works the other way. Because most people doubt that they're creative. And that is false. We are all creative. We just don't practice it. And if you don't practice something, it dies. And for most of us, it died when we were like 10 years old or 12 years old. It died because we didn't practice it. And you know why we didn't practice it? Because we weren't told to practice it. Nobody told you. And at school, you were told to stop. You were told to stop being creative. Learn. Follow the rules. The answer is at the back of the book. And don't look. That's cheating. Okay, we were told, stop dreaming. Put your feet on the earth. You know, I mean, culture, our society is full of stuff that says, don't be creative. Don't take risks. So it's not a surprise that as we don't do this, that creative part of us dies. And what we need to do is kickstart it. And how do we do it? Learning this stuff and knowing that you can do it. And draw the bloody lines. Okay? Draw the lines. Brainstorm. How many of you people know how to brainstorm? You probably all know how to brainstorm. How many people use brainstorming as a tool? Exactly. 5, 6, 7 people. We've got the same problem. The law of diffusion of innovation. The others don't use it because we don't have enough time, because it doesn't work, There's always a reason not to do it. So we have no practice, so we're not getting very good at it. The more you practice it, the better you become. Okay?
Yeah.
Right. Woo. So now we're going to try and wake up little bits of this creative spirit that we have. This creative soul. We're going to kind of reach in there and wake it up. Okay? And we're lucky because we're living in times where most organizations have realized that creativity and innovation is of strategic importance. Because we've more or less done everything we need to do and we haven't gone through the creative bit yet. Okay? So there are lots of tools around. Okay? And again, it's not about artistic ability. Artistic ability is something else. Artistic ability in drawing or painting or making sculpture or taking photographs or writing or poetry, that's something else. People use creativity to write poems. Okay? But you can use creativity to organize your area. You can use creativity to have a different type of meeting. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Right. Okay. So we're going to wake up by using a tool. What we're going to do is I'm going to give you paper. Here you go. Thank you very much. Could you please hand these up? Thank you. Yeah. Here we have Sharpies. Oh, up here you'll find material to draw. We have colors. We don't need to process yet. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is the following. Do you guys know what this is? Yeah. What is it? Toast. Exactly, toast. Do you guys know how to make toast?
Yeah.
Yeah, you all know how to make toast?
Yes.
And don't tell me you go to Superama and buy the packet. Not that toast. Okay? The real toast. Yeah? You got it? So, what I'm going to ask you to do is draw the process of how to make toast on the piece of paper that you've been given, without using words. Draw the process of making toast. Okay? Without using words. If you want to use numbers to identify the different stages, yes, you can use numbers. Let's put 5 minutes here and see what's happening after 5 minutes. Some music on.
Yo siempre lo he hecho de esta manera y me funciona. Pero ya se abre. Yo sé lo que es corrido.
Okay. Is there anyone who needs more time? No? Yes? Okay. A couple of minutes more. I think if we all presented our drawings, it would be kind of take up a lot of time. But let's ask for 5 volunteers. Would they please come and explain their drawings to us? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? Don't worry, there'll be another opportunity to present it. Okay? So, come on, explain. Yeah, one more. But if you want to come up here, lovely, great.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I try to draw all the options, and maybe we can have, because for the first flow that I was drawing, I was assuming that I already had bread.
Good.
And I don't know the name of this.
Toaster.
Yeah. Okay. The toaster. So well, it's pretty easy to create that toast. Assuming that you already have the bread and the toaster at your house,
okay. But
you cannot have it.
Okay.
So I try to draw the other one using maybe a
you are doing it in a frying pan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. But well, I have not enough time to draw all the options. But what I was trying to explain here is that well, to do a toast, I need to be sure that I have all what I needed to do it.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So well, you need to have to connect the toaster to electricity.
Okay.
To have the bread ready with a meat. And then.
Yep.
Okay. And then cut some slices with
a
regular size.
Oh, this is beautiful.
So you need to put them inside of the toaster and then pull down.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait for a time to be ready, and then the toaster is going to
pop up.
To pop up.
Excellent. That is brilliant. Wow. Okay, so we have six steps here. Okay. How many of you have something similar? Where we plug in the toaster, we cut the bread, put the bread in the toaster, time goes by, toast pops up. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, brilliant. Brilliant. Okay? Okay. Yeah.
There are only 4 steps. So
okay.
First of all, I buy the pan bread, the bimbo bread.
Bread, okay. Where do you buy it?
Bimbo 00. So, I am old school, I don't have toaster.
Okay.
So, first I put I don't know the word in English, but it's like the
Comal?
Yes.
So the translation for comal is skittle.
Skittle?
Yep.
Yeah, skittle. And I turn on the gas.
Yep.
And I put the bread and I wait 3 minutes. And the other step is to to turn the bread other 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And I need to be patient.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay, excellent. That is absolutely brilliant. Now, there's something similar, may I?
Yes.
There's something similar with this drawing and this drawing. Okay, here we have toasters and bread, and here we have skittle and bread. Is there anything missing?
Ingredients?
No, there are ingredients here. We've got bread, we've got the tools.
They didn't the final presentation for the bread.
The people! Exactly. Now that is very interesting. Now, at least 2 people. How many people didn't draw people? Didn't draw people.
I draw the hands.
That's people. Okay, that's the human part. Okay, smiley face is human. Now that is very, very interesting. Because the question would be, why didn't you pick people in there?
I don't know, maybe because I
But think about that, there is something there. I mean, there is a reason why you didn't do that. There's something in your head. I mean, it's not good or bad, it's just, there's something, when you were analyzing the process, you never really saw the person in there.
Draw a person.
No, I didn't. Of making bread. Very, very, very true. But what is very interesting about this technique is
And it's just like a receipt. And in a receipt, you don't have a hand in
okay.
picture.
I agree, but how many of you, I'm going to go out on a limb here, how many of you are engineers? No, it's not really representative. Because curiously enough, many engineers don't actually draw the people. Curiously enough, it's
You sit there, they humanize it.
That's what I meant. But it's funny because when we use visuals to represent things, not only is it interesting what people include in their representation, it is very interesting what they leave out, what they exclude from their representation.
Maybe because it's not easy to draw the human.
Yeah, but we have ways of humanizing it. Then we have stick people. Again, this is very important. It's not actually about the skill of drawing. You know, a person can be this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or or this.
Yeah.
That's the way we do it. But it actually shows us much more information about what we think about the process than speaking it. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. It's very, very curious. When you ask people to draw things and draw processes, they exclude and include things that they may not do when they're speaking about it. There's something very profound in the way they're understanding what they're doing. And it brings out the hidden assumptions that we have about many, many things. Very good. I mean, here we have a classic example. We have, why did you make the toast?
Because at the end of the day, it's going to be consumed by the person.
Because at the end of the day, you're going to make someone happy. Exactly. So that's included in the process, and that there's something there. If we include why we did it, it's also kind of a deep understanding of the process.
So I have problems.
We did not say that. Well, don't worry, if you do, we'll give you a chance to redeem yourself.
Okay, here we have 7 stages.
7.
First step is to get the necessary steps, and
yes.
We have the bread, we have the people, the plate, and a turn-off toaster.
Lovely.
Then we get the piece of bread.
Lovely.
Turn on the toaster, serve in the middle. While the toaster is hot, we serve in the plate. We put in the toaster, wait for a quarter of an hour, and then pop up and serve in the plate.
Okay, excellent, very good. So are you starting to see a pattern now? Yeah? Okay, great, brilliant. Next.
Okay, you purchase bread.
Good.
You just take the bread out of the bag, obviously. You can use a toaster or a frying pan. You wait for a minute. Both. If you use a toaster, you take the toast out when it pops up. You serve it. You may put some butter.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you enjoy it. I mean, probably I'm hungry. So.
Okay. But you have a person here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A happy person. Actually.
Happy person eating the toast.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent, very good. And finally.
Getting ingredients.
Yep.
Mix ingredients.
So you're making the bread.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's process of making bread. Process is what to get.
Lovely. Good.
Put in a recipient with the oven. You wait for like an hour for the bread to grow. We
Okay, excellent. Okay, very, very good. How many other people made their own bread? Yeah, a couple of people made their own bread. How many people went to the supermarket to buy the bread? Yeah. Okay, very good. Okay, good. It's just a How many people use frying pans? Frying pans? Or comals? Okay, very good. Right, we're going to change the medium we're going to use now. We're going to continue drawing, okay? And we're going to represent the same process, but we're not going to do it on a piece of paper. We're going to do it on Post-its. So what we're going to do now is, on each Post-it, draw a part of the process. Okay? So instead of one piece of paper, obviously you can copy the process that you have already drawn, or you can include other elements. Maybe you've seen some ideas. We've talked about people. Yes, we're always making toast. Okay, we're always making toast. Yeah. So yes, one drawing on one Post-it. Okay. No, one block of Post-it, because you may need 4 or 5. It depends on how extensive you want to make your process. And again, I repeat, this is not a drawing competition.
I have a question. You have to do as many as you have in your history?
No.
Just one.
Well, it's probably more than one.
Okay.
Because you're going to represent different stages of the process on pieces of Post-it. Okay? So, for example, if you have decided that your process has 7 stages, then you will have 7 Post-its. Okay? Yeah, of course you can. I mean, you can reproduce the same process.
Running the same process?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. I mean, if you want to copy it or you want to add things on, take things away, whatever. I mean, you've got to think about things like where do I begin the process, and how do I end the process. You've got to think about things like that. But you're probably going to base your process on what you've already drawn. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome. Ah, it's great. see you overcome your problem. You're not.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Oh, really? If you want, I mean, it's quite interesting that you use a frying pan. Many people who use frying pans are alternative people. They're like bohemian people.
Yes, bohemian.
Yeah, really.
I'm not bohemian, I think so. I don't like sorry. I don't buy it. I haven't bought it.
Okay.
The toaster machine.
So you make toast with frying pans?
Yes.
Best way to do it?
Yes.
Perdona.
¿Qué tal?
Bien. Estoy aprendiendo. Estoy muy creando. Estoy ¿Estás de acuerdo?
Está madurando. Sí. Las veo transportadas.
Okay. Is there anyone who needs more time?
Yes.
Yeah, how much time more would you need here? 2 minutes? Okay.
Diseño industrial. Diseño industrial.
Is there anyone who needs more time? Okay, great. Some general questions? Okay, how many people drew more stages in the process? What kind of things did you include? Marmalade, very good. People. Okay. What else? Anything else?
The person who had the idea to sell bread.
The person who had the idea to sell bread.
We all assume that we have bread, or and we prefer. What about there were no stores selling bread? You couldn't have your toast.
You couldn't have the toast. Exactly. Good point. Anything else you've added?
People eating the bread.
People eating the bread, doing something with it. That's very good.
People eating.
People eating? Okay, good. Now what we're going to do is, the final part of this activity is I'm going to form you into small groups. And as a group, you'll have to decide on one process. Okay, you all have your own process now. But the objective of the last part, the part of this activity, is that you decide on one process only between all of them. Okay? Obviously, if you need to redraw, add elements, you can do. You don't have to only use the post-its, the stages that you identified. And I'm going to divide you into four teams. So we have team number 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Okay? Now, if you want to use walls to stick your post-its on, please do. It usually helps to be able to put it on a wall and then look at it.
3,
Move it around.
4.
4.
Yo soy 3. Sí, acá yo creo que no. 3, ¿cuál es? 2. 3. Entonces cachetitos. Ay,
Four.
There's no one?
Okay, 3 for number 4. 3.
Number 4, right? Okay, and we're going to assign 15 minutes to this part of the exercise. 15 minutes, let's see how we're getting on. More time. How
What package of it's the third.
Buy the bread.
I have the machine bread.
Sugar, cinnamon, eggs.
Yeah, exactly. It's delicious, by the way. Yeah. Well, that's good. What's the first one you represent? That's brilliant. So yeah, that's good. Let's see what the other teams do. This is the process, the longest process of all the individual processes. So no one would have had that number individually. So you try to kind of include different ideas, different people, okay? That is brilliant. That is very good.
Okay, okay. And the other way,
Are you getting on? Good, that looks good. You're almost there, great. Almost there. No, but yeah, knead the dough. Yeah. K-N-E-E-D. I believe.
You have an approach it. If it's from very specific stage, also you avoid mistakes. Yeah. You can make it very specific and make it correct.
And you guys
Yeah. It's not healthy.
So,
You're like it. Yeah. The important thing is to like him.
Okay. So you guys are finished? You guys are also finished? Okay.
I don't know, I'd like to work for it.
but you guys are very good point.
Apply to my daily work. I have some processes that are not properly documented.
Yeah.
So then you say you need to write something
Make it
here.
like that.
You put this stage in here because everything just breaks
I
down
am
if you don't know the specific.
I am just, but there are other processes that have 500 steps. And that's-
Go to the store? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah.
It depends on class activities to do. Not necessarily is a first step.
Los que vamos a hacer.
Instructions.
I am when I have to all need to be simple.
Okay, you guys are finished well? Okay. Great.
Ahorita hace calor, ya llovió, al rato hay
Yes, you say like if you communicate too complex, they won't understand.
Yeah.
You say this is very simple, and then you get the details.
Okay.
The process.
Let's listen to each group's process. Let's begin with this group, and then we'll go over to you guys, and then you guys, and then you guys. Okay? Tell us about it. What's your process?
Well, at first in the factory, we have people to knead the dough.
Yeah. Very good.
And then bake in the oven and cut the slices.
Okay.
Then have a package
Uh-huh.
and go to the transport of supplies to the market.
Wow.
Then a person, Maria. Maria. Maria is hungry and he wants to a toast and go to the supermarket for the bread and marmalade. Then she put all the stuffs in the kitchen and
Take a piece of bread.
take a piece of bread of the bag
Lovely.
and take the bread and connect it to the electricity, the toaster, put on the toaster and then push the button, and then pop up the toast.
Okay.
Wait for a time and pop up the toast.
Lovely.
Then take the toast, put on a plate, go to the to the table with her friends and put marmalade in the toast and enjoy.
Wow, that's excellent. Very good. Very good. Well, let's hear your story.
Okay.
Please.
Well, instead of buying bread in the store, we decided to produce our own bread.
Lovely.
So we went to a store to buy the things we need to make bread, and you have the, masa.
Yeah, the dough.
Yeah, and everything to prepare it. Then you horneas.
You
bake it.
Lovely.
Then you get, well, the bread. Now you make slices with your own handmade bread.
Lovely.
And
Organic.
Organic.
Environmentally friendly bread.
Light bread. Okay. And well, you cut your slices. You put one on the toaster. You push the button. You wait 40 seconds or so. Then it pops up, and it's hot, and it smells really good.
Okay.
And then you have it. You can add butter or marmalade or Nutella, whatever, and then you enjoy it.
Lovely. Very good. Very good. Excellent. Very good. We have 3, 6, 9, 10. Okay.
We decide to buy the things.
Yeah.
We go to the stores and get all our bread. We didn't need the marmalade. We prefer some butter.
Okay.
So we have it in our house. We get back to the house, and with all our ingredients, we try to decide because we are many persons. So one preparing in the toaster, and the other one with a pan.
Okay.
So one of them trying to cook and they put on the things on the table, cook the bread, and the other one turn on the stove, turn on the stove, and then put the pan in the stove, try to toast it side by side for a little minutes, and then put it in the table.
Okay.
For the other person who wants the choice the toaster, is hungry, they turn on the toaster and they wait some minutes and they put it on the table and say, and everybody enjoy it.
Okay, so you had kind of two processes going on there.
Exactly.
Okay, excellent. Very, very good.
Okay, this is our process. First of all, you need to plant the wheat. Then wait. You prepare the bread and mix the ingredients. The bread and bake it. Then the factory has to sell to the supermarket, and someone else in another place is thinking that he wants some bread, so he go to the store on his bicycle. Then he get the bread. He get an offer too. Then he go back to his house on his bicycle, and he got the bread on a plate. Then he has to take out slices of the bread and then put in the toaster. Push down the button and wait 2 minutes. Then the bread pop up, and you have to put it on your plate. Put some jelly and butter. Now you are happy and enjoy it.
Very good, excellent. Very, very good. Something I've noticed, I've never noticed this before. How many pieces of toast did you represent?
How many pieces?
Two. Yeah, and you also 2 pieces of toast. How many pieces of toast? 2. 2 and 2.
1, 2, 3.
Two? Yeah. That's
Siempre
4 because you used 2 processes. That's even weirder, 2 and 2. Why would we represent 2?
Because the toast is
But you used the frying pan.
Yeah, it is.
I think you're going to the frying pan.
It is better to see on the plate
We're starving.
Because of the distribution.
Ah, okay, so you've been preconditioned. Okay, great, that's great. Now, you may be wondering why we're doing this, okay? And I understand that. So we're going to watch a video a movie that's going to show you why we've been drawing, okay? And the advantages drawing brings to us when we need to do something in business, okay? Because obviously this is related to creativity in business. Okay? So, well, let's watch the video. And okay, we ready? Yes. Was that too loud?
Some years ago, I stumbled across a simple design exercise that helps people understand and solve complex problems. And like many of these design exercises, it kind of seems trivial at first, but under deep inspection, it turns out that it reveals unexpected truths about the way that we collaborate and make sense of things. The exercise has 3 parts and begins with something that we all know how to do, which is how to make toast. It begins with a clean sheet of paper, a felt marker, and without using any words, you begin to draw how to make toast. And most people draw something like this. They draw a loaf of bread, which is sliced and put into a toaster. The toaster is then deposited for some time. It pops up, and then voila, after 2 minutes, toast and happiness. Now, over the years, I've collected many hundreds of drawings of these toasts, and some of them are very good because they really illustrate the toast-making process quite clearly. And then there are some that are, well, not so good. They really suck, actually, because you don't know what they're trying to say. Under close inspection, some reveal some aspects of toast making while hiding others. So there's some that's all about the toast, right? There's all about the transformation of toast. And there's others that are all about the toaster, okay? And the engineers love to draw the mechanics of it. And then there are others that are about people. You know, it's about visualizing the experience that people have. And then there are others that are about the supply chain of making toast that goes all the way back to the store. It goes through the supply chain networks of teleportation and all the way back to the field and wheat, and that one actually goes all the way back to the Big Bang. So it's crazy stuff. But I think it's obvious that even though these drawings are really wildly different, they share a common quality, and I'm wondering if you can see it. You see it? What's common about these? So most drawings have nodes and links. So nodes represent the tangible objects like the toaster and people, and links represent the connections between the nodes. And it's the combination of links and nodes that produces a full systems model. It makes our private mental models visible about how we think something works. So that's the value of these things. And what's interesting about these systems models is how they reveal our various points of view. So for example, Americans make toast with a toaster. That seems obvious. Whereas many Europeans make toast with a frying pan, of course. And many students make toast with a fire. I don't know if MBA students do this. So you can measure the complexity by counting the number of nodes, and the average illustration has between 4 and 8 nodes. At less than that, the drawing seems trivial, but it's quick to understand. And more than 13, the drawing produces a feeling of map shock. It's too complex. So the sweet spot is between 5 and 13. So if you want to communicate something visually, have between 5 and 13 nodes in your diagram. So though we may not be skilled at drawing, the point is that we intuitively know how to break down complex things into simple things and then bring them back together again. So this brings us to our second part of the exercise, which is how to make toast, but now with sticky notes or with cards. So what happens then? Well, with cards, most people tend to draw clear, more detailed, and more logical notes. You can see the step-by-step analysis that takes place. And as they build up their model, they move their nodes around, kind of rearranging them like Lego blocks. Now, though this might seem trivial, it's actually really important. This rapid iteration of expressing and then reflecting and analyzing is really the only way in which we get clarity. It's the essence of the design process. And system theorists do tell us that the ease with which we can change a representation correlates to our willingness to improve the model. So sticky note systems are not only more fluid, they generally produce way more nodes than static drawings. The drawings are much richer. And this brings us to our third part of the exercise, which is to draw how to make toast, but this time in a group. So what happens then? Well, here's what happens. It starts out messy, and then it gets really messy, and then it gets messier. But as people refine the models, the best nodes become more prominent, and with each iteration, the model becomes clearer, and because people build on top of each other's ideas. What emerges is a unified systems model that integrates the diversity of everyone's individual points of view. And so that's a really different outcome from what usually happens in meetings, isn't it?
Okay, I'm going to stop it there because I think this is really, really important, and this is why I wanted to show this exercise to you. One of the elements that we find very, very difficult in creativity is how do we incorporate very different ideas into one idea. Okay? Because most of the time we have been trained to find the best idea. Okay? And what we tend to do is through argumentation, we try to discard ideas to get to one idea, and then we build on that idea. Okay, that's a very, very common business practice. And what visual thinking allows us to do is the ability to incorporate different ways of looking at the same problem. Okay, so we have much richer models. We have a deeper understanding of the way things work. And that's really why we want to use creativity. We don't want to use creativity to draw, to paint, to dance, for poetry. We want creativity to look at the problems, the everyday problems we have in our organizations, and look at different ways of, first of all, understanding them. Okay? And it's very curious. Many people would maybe consider that we need creativity to solve our problems. And I would argue very differently. I think we need creativity to understand the problems that we have. And I think that visual thinking is the way to do it. The more we represent the more complex problems that we have, whether it be customer service, whether it be product development, whether it be finance, the more we visualize it, the easier it is to understand the hidden assumptions that are there that we would not reveal if we were talking about it. And we would probably try to come to one conclusion instead of opening up and entertaining different interpretations. And that's really what it's all about. That's really what leadership and creativity is all about. It is the ability to incorporate sometimes very radically different points of view into one systemic way of understanding what we are doing or what we're trying to do. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me continue.
So these drawings can contain 20 or more nodes, but participants don't feel shocked because they participate in the building of their models themselves. Now, what's also really interesting is that the groups spontaneously mix and add additional layers of organization to it. To deal with contradictions, for example, they add branching patterns and parallel patterns. Oh, by the way, if they do it in complete silence, they do it much better and much more quickly. Really interesting. Talking gets in the way. So here's some key lessons that can emerge from this. First, drawing helps us understand the situations as systems with nodes and their relationships. movable cards produce better systems models because we iterate much more fluidly. And then the group notes produce the most comprehensive models because we synthesize several points of view. So that's interesting. When people work together under the right circumstances, group models are much better than individual models. And so this approach works really great for drawing how to make toast. But what if you wanted to draw something more relevant or pressing, like your organizational vision, or customer experience, or long-term sustainability? There's a visual revolution that's taking place as more organizations are addressing their wicked problems by collaboratively drawing them out. And I'm convinced that those who see their world as movable nodes and links really have an edge. And the practice is really pretty simple. You start with a question, you collect the nodes, you refine the nodes, you do it over again, you refine and refine and refine, and the patterns emerge. And the group gets clarity, and you answer the question. So this simple act of visualizing and doing it over and over again produces some really remarkable outcomes. What's really important to know is that it's the conversations that are the important aspects, not just the models themselves. And these visual frames of reference can grow to several hundreds or even thousands of nodes. So one example is from an organization called Rodale, a publishing company. They lost a bunch of money one year, and their executive team for 3 days visualized their entire practice. And what's interesting is that after visualizing the entire business, systems upon systems, they reclaimed $50 million in revenue, and they also moved from a D rating to an A rating from their customers. Why? Because there's alignment from the executive team. So I'm now on a mission to help organizations solve their wicked problems by using collaborative visualization. On the site that I've produced called drawtoast.com, I've collected a bunch of really, I think, best practices. And so you can learn how to run a workshop here. You can learn more about the visual language and the structure of links and nodes that you can apply to general problem solving, and download examples of various templates for unpacking the thorny problems that we all face in our organizations. So the seemingly trivial design exercise of drawing toast helps us get clear, engaged, and aligned. So next time you're confronted with an interesting challenge, remember what design has to teach us. Make your ideas visible, tangible, and consequential. It's simple, it's fun, it's powerful, and I believe it's an idea worth celebrating. Thank you.
Okay. Questions?
How do you manage the competitive way? Most of the time, as you said, we all want to have the best, the number one. And I have seen that the challenge with, I love to do this, I like to share knowledge, and I'm very excited when I know that something different, something better could emerge from those kind of brainstorming. But sometimes there is someone or more than one person that is not, isn't the cure board, is not available, he or she doesn't want to participate, or the environment is pretty tough. How do you do to make everybody to collaborate?
Well, I will go back to our gals. That's the first thing I would do. I mean, I don't think you can make people collaborate. I think you have to show them the benefits of collaborating. So I think tomorrow we're going to explore this a little bit more. But what I can say is, for example, resources. Resources are always we're going to have less and less and less resources to do more and more and more things. And talent is a resource. And I would suggest that when we compete, we waste an awful lot of resources. And I think we need to be able to show that to teams, that it's much easier, no, it's not easier, it's more difficult to collaborate, but the results are much more beneficial. it's easier to compete, but the results are worse. I think that's the kind of approach that I would use. Always kind of trying to visualize the advantages of doing something. But telling people to do things doesn't seem to work. And I really do think there are people who have problems switching off this competitive idea. They really have to reevaluate their lives. We can't really go through our lives completely. I don't know if it's not a very specific answer, unfortunately. Okay. These kind of activities help, where people see that it's not whose post-it we're using or whose drawing we're using. We're trying to incorporate different ideas. Because probably what would have happened if I had asked you to sit down and talk about making toast and write your own way of making toast and then sit down and argue, you probably would have decided whose version was the best. You know what I'm trying to say? Whereas if you do something much more visual and get the idea, because really what you want to do is get what's in someone's head, get it out of their head. And I think these types of activities help people see the advantages in collaboration. Okay?
Yeah. Here we have a friendly, creative environment.
Yeah.
Because we are in the club.
Yeah.
What are the red focus in the laboral environment that we need to identify to avoid killing the creative?
Right. Well, I would suggest that what we can do, the only thing we can do is be careful with our behavior. Yeah, our behavior. Now, there's a very, very interesting study carried out several decades ago where some teachers were told that they had some very extremely intelligent students. Okay? And another group of teachers were told they had some extremely stupid students. Okay? And what they did was they monitored their academic success throughout the year. Okay, so at the end of the year, they tested the really smart students and they tested the really stupid students. And the really smart students did really, really well. And the really stupid students did really badly. Okay? Now, the trick was that there was actually no difference in these students. They had been tested for their IQ, and their IQ were all the same. So, obviously, the researchers asked the question, how come? How did this happen? And what they realized was that the expectations of the teachers had influenced the performance of the students. So, what was happening? The teachers that expected more, the teachers had expected more from the more intelligent students. So they would say things like, I understand your answer, but you are capable of much more. Okay, so they would try to get more out of you because they thought that you were much more intelligent. But if they thought that you were not intelligent, you know, as long as you could say your name, you were okay. Thanks very much. You know, that's great. So really, what we're talking about is this expectancy thing. So I would suggest we should be more vigilant about what we're doing. Are we creating competitive environments? You know, because sometimes we do it without thinking about it. We reward and punish depending on performance. And we may be creating, through reward and punishment, environments where people will want to compete with each other. Our colleagues compete for your love. They compete for your loyalty. They compete for your affection. They compete for your praise. So let's have a look at what you're doing. I think that's the only thing we can do. Yeah, you're welcome. I'd say that would be my answer. Okay, I think we have one more question, and then we're going to eat. Did you not have a question? I thought you raised your hand.
I was thinking it will be so hard because the competitive way comes from the top to bottom. Even in the reports, when I have to present results, I have to make compete the regions, who region get the best
Yeah.
results.
Yeah.
So I am thinking I have to switch my way.
Yeah.
No more competitive. It
Yeah.
will be difficult, but what about the company? The company is competitive. How?
Well, it's okay to be competitive, but compete with your competitors. You know what I mean? I mean, that's good.
Inside the company.
But yeah, but I think we are, well, I mean, obviously we're talking about a huge cultural overhaul, which is probably going to take years. And I think many companies are getting there. I mean, the companies who are starting to make the difference have been able to overcome more competitive cultures and are moving towards much more collaborative cultures. And that is evident. We're starting to see this. Now, they may get it wrong because we don't know the future, but it seems that collaboration is where we need to go because the problems we need to solve are extremely complex. Because the easy problems we've already solved them. You know? Because why we solved them? Because they were easy. And the complex problems we haven't solved them because we still don't really understand them. And now we're not going to understand them by competing. We will understand them if we learn to collaborate. And the world, unfortunately, it's not at a good moment. We're still at a moment where we still think that competing, we're going to get better. But I think the results of that competition are now starting to become more and more and more visible. And some people have done really well out of it, but there are many more people who have been destroyed by it. So I think we can't afford to pay that price anymore. And think about that curve. It's not easy.
No.
You know, and it happens in many. I mean, one would think even in consultancy that we would be much more collaborative, and it's not the case. I've worked with consultants who have not wanted to share stuff with me. Really? You know, and you think, well, why? Why not? I mean, we've got the same client. We're working together, and you send me stuff, and I don't know what this stuff is. You know, can you explain it to me? And they're just unwilling to explain stuff. So it's there. But I think, you have to work around it in spite of it. Do you know that? Can you hear what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. One more question, I think then it's time to eat.
Last one.
I think my name is
Ya están así viendo TV.
I know.
Yeah, just a few minutes. Just a couple of minutes. Just thinking about one question about Tom's presentation, and he said that at the last part of the video, he actually mentioned that after all the process they made of getting the sticky notes and everything, he mentioned an example of a decision that was made within the company to invert the performance of that company from really bad to outstanding.
To outstanding, yes.
So I understand that this process of the sticky notes and that is a process of, it's an example of collaboration, an example of brainstorming for collaboration to understand processes. What about the decision making? Maybe something we're going to talk about afterwards during this session or following one. But it seems like the second part is different than the first part. But, I mean, the first part of understanding and identifying the process is made with a different approach, at least in this example, than part of making a decision, having the information you get.
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to go into that more tomorrow because we need a little bit more time. But basically, what we're talking about is convergent thinking and divergent thinking, and how to combine those two ways of thinking to make better decisions. But to be able to make a good decision, I needed to have lots of alternatives. The alternatives I create through creative thinking, through visual thinking. The decisions, the criteria that I use to make decisions will depend on whether it's viable, whether it's desirable, whether it's going to be profitable. Those things haven't really changed. But what I have understood is when I include more people in the creative part of the process, when we make decisions, it's much easier because we have already agreed on the context we're using to understand the problem. I'm not sure if that's very clear. If you're all in it together as you're analyzing the problem, what needs to be done becomes much more obvious. So the decision-making process is much quicker. The errors that we still commit are usually, if we don't analyze the problem enough, we start discussing and arguing about a solution without really understanding the problem. And where we really need to work as managers and leaders today is to spend much more time understanding the problems and get people involved in understanding the problems. Einstein said it. I mean, Einstein did not consider himself to be any more intelligent than his peers, and in fact he wasn't. What he did do differently from his peers was he spent much more time trying to understand the problem, not the answer. And I think that's starting to happen in our organizations more. And the methodologies that we are looking at, including visual thinking and design thinking tomorrow, there's much more emphasis in understanding the problem. I'll give you an example. I mean, if we take a problem-solving process, 100% is the time that we're using to do it. Many of the methodologies that were born in the 70s and the 80s, they would spend maybe 20% of their time analyzing the problem and 80% of their time designing the solution. Okay? Today it's different. 80% of the time is assigned to understanding the problem and 20% of the time to the solution. So that will show you how important it is today to collectively understand the problem.
Okay.
Because the problems today are extremely complex. There is no obvious relationship between cause and effect. And that's a real problem today.
Okay.
I'm not sure, did I answer?
Oh yeah, definitely. Looking forward to look what's next. I'm definitely looking forward to see what's next.
Okay,
so,
great.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, any more questions? Well, let's go and eat. Yeah, let's go and eat. It's 2:10. So 3:10, we're back here again. Okay, and well done. Congratulations.
Hay tres opciones. La primera de todos, no sé si en una hora podrán estar de regreso, pero pues a lo mejor si lo hacen rápido, pues sí, está ahí por donde tenemos el Starbucks también, en la planta alta, bueno, adelante. La cafetería, pues lo más rápida, hay comida ya de guisos y todo, vale como 60 y tantos pesos, hay que ir a pagar a la caja y con eso ya toman su charola, se forman y ya saben, sopas de guiso, todo eso, está rico. Y la tercera es si se salen de la universidad y caminan derecho para allá está el Galán y es muy famoso de hace 20 años en la universidad sobre las hamburguesas, los hot dogs y todo, que es muy informal, pero siempre vale. Entonces, se quedan aquí sus cosas, el último que salga puede jalar la puerta para que por favor se quede cerrado. Sus boletos ya están aquí.
I'm going to stay here because I need to do some work.
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah, if you need to leave anything here, I mean, I will go out to the toilet probably, but I mean, if you want to leave things here, please be my guest.
Yo voy a ir con ustedes, voy caminando para allá, si me esperan tantito, y ahí por allá andamos.
Elena. We have the next module, the other module that I have to do about collaboration. No, in August or September. No, this one. You asked me to do.
sí.
We have to change the dates because A&M Resorts have got me in. I don't know. I can't remember where I am, but I
Maybe I have to change it with another.
Okay.
Déjame llevar porque.
Okay.
Okay.
But in the next couple of days, I'll send you the dates. Okay, so we can look at that. I'm going to wash my hands.
What was if you go out these clothes because there are a lot of them.
Procrastination manifests itself within every aspect of your life. You wait until the last minute to buy a Christmas present.
Hola. Hi there.
Hi.
May I come in? Of course you can. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, teacher.
Diana.
No voy a pasar para no se voy a.
¿Qué te comiste?
Bien. Picaba un poco la comida.
¿Cómo? Sí,
Picaba
estaba
un poco
picosada.
la comida. Que vaya a ver si no se me inflama el estómago.
No, y yo como nada de café.
Esperemos que no nos quede.
A la siesta, ¿no? Sí, sí. Está bien. 5 minutitos nada más. Sí,
Ahora sí, pero primero la pagas.
sí, es
Gracias. Thank you. Yeah, just leave them there. We'll probably be using them again, so yeah. Yeah, I think it was an interesting challenge on your company's part to include two. I think actually I do the other module in English as well, which is all just about collaboration, which is going to be good fun as well. But it's an interesting idea that you do stuff in another language. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that not most of the people's of the people and the teams are working directly maybe with the agency US.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people that don't speak English.
Yeah.
So it's sometimes it's hard to us that need to talk all the day in English with US and joining these new people to the next challenges and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's so hard to be the translator.
Yeah.
But it's interesting as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what are you, as a company, what are your major challenges today? Here in Mexico.
There's a lot of challenges, but maybe collaboration is one of them.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And the culture.
We still work in silos.
Okay.
So we need to understand that we need to work between areas.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got to be much more agile today.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not worry about walking on people's toes.
Yeah. Yes.
I really do think in many senses Americans are much more pragmatic in that sense. I mean, I think they have other problems, but some of the positive sides are that they tend not to work like that. And as a business, what are your challenges today? Lots of
business.
Yeah.
So we have to be not systematic that. That's the objective.
Yeah.
The numbers.
Yeah.
Sorry. The biggest challenge is to have profits.
Yeah.
Basically.
And you're competing with a monster as well.
The thing is that the investment was too high. There are a lot of challenges, operative challenges, and other things that make the balance go lower.
Yeah.
So this year and last year, the direction was trying to make the reach smaller, making several things. And it's starting to get better, but not enough yet.
Yeah, because did you come from Nextel?
No,
Some of you came from Nextel.
Yes, Nextel and Nextel, and other ones are new from AT&T.
Yeah. Yeah, because the last buyover was Nextel. Yeah, that's right. Well, what happened to Nextel? Because I remember, I mean, when I first came to Mexico, it was like kind of, it was almost the first choice because it had the radios and it was, you know, it was really cool.
But then we evolution.
No, you mentioned
what happened.
They didn't move.
They didn't move when they should have moved.
They moved very late.
Yeah.
Very late.
That's a good example, actually, of
Success company.
yeah, very successful.
Revenue. Right.
Yeah, it's actually my first choice. Funny, I mean, Telefonica was still here, and I'd worked with Telefonica in Spain, and it was the other one, Telcel, and I was kind of worried about Telcel. I didn't kind of like the idea of Telcel, and there was something about Nextel. I thought, it seemed like a really modern type of company. I kind of like that idea, and my first cell phones over here were Nextel. But I kind of felt that I outgrew the company. It was really weird. What I wanted, they weren't giving it to me anymore. And I went to Telcel because they did seem to get, well, there seemed to be no alternative, actually. And I think that was really what it was about. It wasn't that I wanted to, it was just I needed to.
¿Puedes validar que estén bastante listos, jefe? I made it. Pencil? You do the job? No problem. You're welcome. No, these are all kind of, if you want, you can have a Sharpie. If you prefer Sharpie.
Con el cambio de lugares y todo.
Okay, we'll start in 2 minutes. Mariana, going back to your question about how to get people to work together. I think that was your question. Yeah. I was thinking about it over your lunch. And one of the ways that you can force it to happen is give people independent objectives. So they will not achieve their objectives if other people on the team do not achieve theirs.
Like the numbers for everybody.
Yeah.
We have a
Yeah.
quota of 100.
Yep.
Everybody.
Yeah. So you make independent objectives. That helps.
Yes, I also was thinking about that. When I was telling you, I realized that I have to say my
Yeah. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I mean, most managers spend a lot of time trying to convince people to just what we're going to do in the next hour and a half. Okay, I'd like to touch on, I'd like to continue the theme of creativity. And I'd like to share with you some opinions about where creativity happens and where good ideas come from, what type of environments they come from. Okay, so kind of what needs to happen for good ideas to appear. And then I'd like to spend the rest of the day looking at leadership and how different styles of leadership, when we need them, when to use them, when they are more effective, and some of the drawbacks that these leadership styles do have on the organization. And I'd like to finish the day looking at paradigms and explaining some of the reasons why, for the lack of divergent thinking in the organization. Okay, and I think more or less with that we'll have covered our agenda for the first day. Okay? Great. So let's start with a little quiz. Let's see how the food has helped our creative thinking. So unfortunately, when we eat, the blood goes to your stomach instead of going to your head. Let's see if we can push it up into your head. Okay, so have a look at this. Here you have a sequence of letters, and I would like you individually take a couple of minutes to see if you can discover what the next letter is. So, what should be here? Okay? What do you think should be there? A couple of minutes. Let's do it individually. And if you're pretty sure you've got an answer, raise your hand and we'll listen to the answer. Pretty sure. So pretty sure is a little bit more than a guess.
Could be more than one answer.
No, in this case there is one answer. Yeah. And as you, yeah.
The opposite?
Sorry?
The opposite?
The opposite of?
What's the letter?
What's the letter here? H. H? Why H?
I'm speaking to words.
Okay, very, very good. It's wrong, but it's very good. Very good. Because also, think about the way you're thinking. Because the way you're thinking is showing a kind of style of thinking that may or not be compatible with creative ideas. Because the way we think is really what creativity is all about. It's the way we think. Yeah?
It's an N.
Why is it an N?
Because those are numbers.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Exactly. That is excellent. Well done. Right. How did you get to that?
I've seen it before, but I didn't remember.
Did you see all the English? I didn't actually. I tell you the Lord's honest truth. I have done this in Spanish, but I have never done it in English before. And I in fact, at lunchtime, I kind of thought, let's have an activity what we can do. So this actually exists.
Yeah, it's actually.
Oh man, I thought it was
looking at behavioral economics. I mean, it was in English as well, so.
Okay, great. So, but that doesn't really explain in a very precise way how you got there.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. So let's look at how you were thinking. What were you thinking about trying to work this one out? What were the thoughts in your mind? Pattern.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, because we're really great pattern finders, aren't we? Yeah. The fortunate thing about patterns is they're not really creative. It's actually quite the opposite. We're using a style of thinking that we call convergent thinking. And convergent thinking is the way we have been educated. Most of us have spent most of our life being educated to think and to recognize patterns, to take large amount of data and reach conclusions. And we're very good at it. Some people call it analytical thinking. It is slightly similar to convergent thinking, but basically the idea is with all of the information that you have, you start pushing it, you start funneling it into a conclusion. And you find out one right answer. And that way of thinking is the complete opposite to creativity. Okay? And that is one of the reasons why our divergent thinking disappears. Because we use convergent thinking so often in our day to day. Okay? Here's some really nice examples of creativity. Just to kind of show you that creativity is not necessarily about painting and poesy and writing and stuff like that. These are real examples, real life examples. What do you see here? Yeah, they're prisoners. What are they doing? They're exercising. Well, what else are they doing? Is there anything else in there?
Like cleaning.
Cleaning? Where do you get the cleaning?
Very well.
This bit here. Yeah. It could be cleaning actually. No, this is a generator. Okay. It's a generator. This is from a jail in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. And what they're doing is they offer the prisoners time off their sentence for cycling. Right? So for every day you spend in here, you get a day off your sentence. Yeah, but you also keep fit, which also reduces costs in the prison because you have less ill prisoners. So you have prisoners who are fitter, you have prisoners who generate electricity, so you're reducing costs, and that's creativity. Okay? This is my favorite example. I think this is in the whole wide world. Okay? This is brilliant. Okay? This is from the Philippines. This is a ministry in the Philippines, and it's the most beautiful idea in the world. When you think about it, it's lovely. This is the way you do it. That's creativity. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. We're not looking for good drawings. We're not looking for something smart. We're looking for something that we can use in our day-to-day lives, our professional and personal lives. Okay, I'd like to share a video with you that considers where good ideas come from. Okay, so although we will be exploring tomorrow tools to create ideas, what we're going to look at now are the habitats. So where do they come from? What type of environments do good ideas come from? Okay?
For the past 5 years, I've been investigating this question of where good ideas come from. It's a kind of problem I think all of us are intrinsically interested in. We want to be more creative. We want to come up with better ideas. We want our organizations to be more innovative. I've looked at this problem from an environmental perspective. What are the spaces that have historically led to unusual rates of creativity and innovation? And what I've found in all these systems, there are these recurring patterns that you see again and again that are crucial to creating environments that are unusually innovative. One pattern I call the slow hunch. That breakthrough ideas almost never come in a moment of great insight, in a sudden stroke of inspiration. Most important ideas take a long time to evolve, and they spend a long time dormant in the background. It isn't until the idea has had 2 or 3 years, sometimes 10 or 20 years to mature, that it suddenly becomes accessible to you and useful to you in a certain way. And this is partially because good ideas normally come from the collision between smaller hunches, so that they form something bigger than themselves. So you see a lot in the history of innovation, cases of someone who has half of an idea, There's a great story about the invention of the World Wide Web and Tim Berners-Lee. This is a project that Berners-Lee worked on for 10 years. But when he started, he didn't have a full vision for this new medium he was going to invent. He started working on one project as a side project to help him organize his own data. He scrapped that after a couple of years, and he started working on another thing. And only after about 10 years did the full vision of the World Wide Web come into being. That is, more often than not, how ideas happen. They need time to incubate, and they spend a lot of time in this partial hunch form. The other thing that's important when you think about ideas this way is that when ideas take form in this hunch state, they need to collide with other hunches. Oftentimes, the thing that turns a hunch into a real breakthrough is another hunch that's lurking in somebody else's mind. And you have to figure out a way to create systems that allow those hunches to come together and turn into something bigger than the sum of their parts. That's why, for instance, the coffee house in the Age of the Enlightenment, or the Parisian salons of modernism, were such engines of creativity, because they created a space where ideas could mingle and swap and create new forms. When you look at the problem of innovation from this perspective, it sheds a lot of important light on the debate we've been having recently about what the internet is doing to our brains. Are we getting overwhelmed with an always connected, multitasking lifestyle? And is that going to lead to less sophisticated thoughts as we move away from the slower, deeper, contemplative state of reading, for instance? Obviously, I'm a big fan of reading, but I think it's important to remember that the great driver of scientific innovation and technological innovation has been the historic increase in connectivity and our ability to reach out and exchange ideas with other people, and to borrow other people's hunches and combine them with our hunches and turn them into something new. That really has, I think, been, more than anything else, the primary engine of creativity and innovation over the last 600 or 700 years. And so yes, it's true we're more distracted, but what has happened that is really miraculous and marvelous over the last 15 years is that we have so many new ways to connect and so many new ways to reach out and find other people who have that missing piece that will complete the idea we're working on, or to stumble serendipitously across some amazing new piece of information that we can use to build and improve our own ideas. That's the real lesson of where good ideas come from, that chance favors the connected mind.
Right, also very good. Okay, I'm going to assign a task. This task has two stages. The first stage we're going to work individually, and the second stage we will work as a group, as several groups. Okay, so the first part of the task is the following. I'd like you to consider what leadership qualities will be needed over the next 5 years. Okay, what leadership qualities will be needed over the next 5 years? Okay, and try to let's say try to consider at least 5, from 5 to 9 qualities. It's not just one quality. Okay, there will be several qualities. But think about a region, think it around the region of between 5 and 9 qualities. Okay, so take 5 minutes to consider what management qualities will be necessary in the next 5 years. Okay, that was 4 minutes. I think we should have enough. Would anyone like a little more time? No? Most people have at least 3 or 4 ideas. Yeah? Am I right? Yeah, cool. Okay, so I'm going to divide you into 5 groups, and the task of each group is to develop a list of 9 qualities, okay, and have consensus. Okay, so we're looking for consensus. Excuse me. Turn this off. Okay, so the teams are going to be, I'll start here, so we go. Yeah, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3. 1s with 1s, 2s with 2s, 3s with 3s, 4s with 4s, 5s with 5s. Number 3. Number 1. 2, 3. No, 3.
¿Por qué crees que estoy pegada a la ventana?
Pero no voy a estar desafortunado.
Three, right?
Yeah.
No, I just can't believe it. In a small group having 2 ideas. 15 minutes. We're for lunch.
Okay, 15 minutes is part of the activity.
But pieces with double T.
Double T.
Mine is
Yeah.
one T. Double L. But I like it.
Technology test.
The other one is
multicultural.
Or maybe
I another one where we design the solutions. If you want to study
Leadership, creativity, knowledge, and teamwork collaboration.
I could
put multitask, recognition as a way to develop people, have an open mind and inclusive profile, this tech profile, like an expert in all the yeah, because it's really practical nowadays, so I think it's important. I think this mobility because he or she will need to be able to move from one country to another, like a global perspective of where they work. And that's all.
Okay, effectively delegates person who is not like micromanager, capable of remote working. I think cities are going to be more and more chaotic, so we'll depend more on the remote working the knowledge provider, coach, more than just a boss, a coach, a trainer, more interested in his own personal matters, empathic, and resilient.
Same thing. There's one concept that we are trying to get and develop right now. It's environment that is volatile, uncertain, and complex environments in the future. So in a few months, it's not really not afraid of the future. Right now we are investigating
try to spend time with them.
I think learning told us that at some point you need to be comfortable being uncomfortable. So I think that's
the same thing. You don't happen in 5 years. You have to be prepared for the Buka is
they don't have time to try to be there.
I think our industry, companies, especially, I mean, it's chaotic. This business is chaotic. You know, we come from a merge and two cultures, red, orange, it adds more a level of complex. We're very complex.
And in the middle of a full transformation. I think that yes, can we just search the right word? Results
Resilience.
When you look for resilience, number two.
I think it's part of I think it's part of being resilient. I would take it as the same way. I don't know.
Number two. Well, you don't want to leave the view volatile. scale of certain complex analytics. What would be it's like a can result as aware of the maybe names in physics there's a concept that is integrating and entropy defines a chaotic situation with unexpected results. This butterfly effect that you want to makes a complete mess inside. So, I need to explain that's what is volcanism. What else?
I think he's which one? I don't know. I think it was also like a best option, the one that you mentioned related to environment.
You are very clear. Social responsibility work to get that concept.
You say it in another way. I say environment. Here, we have empathy. Environment. Remember, next 5 years. This one you mentioned about the cross generation, being capable. I see the things and they're like people of 50 years, 10 years, 20 years, centennials, millennials, generation, everything in the same group. Generation.
I think we have different names for that.
Because I put technified, you said something. I know, but in 5 or 6 years,
USA that it's 2020. And have all kind of stuff, technology. You need the vision, more than the vision. Not technically, not the doer, but the see.
Like his profile,
the visionary,
like being able to understand it.
The visionary, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know.
No, I think we need to add the word technology.
What is the leader?
Technology visionary, I would say.
What is the leader
No, yeah. But I think in general, it would be even more involved in all the
and that's part of the important into 2020 vision. This 2020 vision has technology awareness, leadership, finance,
That's part of the benefit of having someone from the organization.
And also he comes and sells the corporate program.
And this is already approved.
Yeah, in general, no? Yes. Probably a
Yes,
We can explain it if necessary further. Remote working. Because all old school bosses, they're like, now home office, you're gonna sleep all day, you don't need the phone, and so, well, it's part of multi-generational leadership.
And I think it's even more difficult to. No, it's something related. It's like mobility because you need to be able to move from one country to another, to work with also people from another culture, but also working from outside of the other culture, and even there in that situation, give the response.
Well, how do you express like the physical dimension in one word? You know, let's put as a market. That's my word. Citizen of the world. Remote working and out of
Boss of the world.
Number 7. Missionary is number 5. Number 6 is working adaptability. Resilience, control of VUCA, environmental funding, multi-generational leadership, visionary, ability, remote working.
Where are those three? So,
But I mean, we can join that one personal interest for your people. Like, know yourself and know your team in a deeper way than the ones that used to do it right now.
Self-knowledge, because empathic is I understand you, but it's a little bit more. It's like I've been in that situation and I would do that. By identifying a trainer, it's a coach. Coach by default.
Identify what you need and also what I need.
It could be something like work,
we have empathy,
like
collaboration,
something like understand that they are working for me and also that they have life. So
This person.
work/life coach.
First day of inventing concepts. I want to see you in January. You're gonna be like, boom, mega mind elite. Work-life coach.
Coaches, coach.
The last one. All right.
In multi-generational leadership, we are inclusive about being inclusive. Yes, right?
Multi-generational leadership. Inclusive generations are a little bit more you're inclusive and you're diverse.
Someone mentioned something for service. That That's a good one.
Okay. Let's have a look at the results.
But I don't know what you think. Even more important than service, it feels like a whole experience. Like experience in general for a product, for a service. Yeah.
Team. Spirit journey, the complete journey.
Delegate capacity.
We can say it.
That is the delegate capacity.
Okay, let's have a look at the results.
I mean, experience leader.
Yes, I am really right.
Very good. Let's share our results. Let's start with you guys. What did you consider? What do you think are the qualities that leaders will need in the next 5 years, in the coming 5 years?
Yes.
You're ahead. Cultural sponsor.
So, well, we have the number one is resilience. You know, so anyone can explain that concept?
I think it's just taking advantage of the bad thing that you could live in every perspective of your life, and obviously apply it to your work and for your team.
And to overcome difficult situations or chaos or being flexible.
Okay, very good.
The second one is a concept that it's called VUCA. It's a word about volatile, uncertain, and complex and ambiguous environments. No? What is the future picture of the leader? That's the second.
But VUCA's now.
It's happening right now, but we think that our leaders has to be prepared in that concept in the next 5 years.
Is everyone familiar with VUCA?
No.
Okay, that's very important. Why don't you share VUCA with us?
It's volatile and uncertain, complex and ambiguous environments.
And the idea then is that the world that we live in has radically changed in the last 20 years. We have moved from, the idea is, I have many colleagues who say that we live in a time of change. And I disagree with that, actually. I don't think we live in a time of change. I think we live in the change of times. I think we are at the end of something. I don't know if you read a lot about history. You don't need to read a lot about it, but if you read a bit about history, especially the empires, like the Persian Empire, the Mesopotamia, the Roman Empire, we are very similar. Today we are very similar to the events that were happening when the Roman Empire collapsed. And they are repeating themselves. So at the end of the Persian Empire, we had very, very similar things happen. Of course, we didn't have technology and telephones and computers, but what was happening within the society is very, very similar. And I do consider we are at the end of something, or at the beginning of the end of something. And this beginning of the end of something we are calling VUCA. Okay, so it's a world that is extremely, it's ever changing. The patterns are not easy to see. It's extremely volatile.
Chaotic.
It's very complex. Chaotic is something else. Chaotic would mean there is no sense at all. There is still a bit of sense. It is just extremely complex, which means that cause and effect are it's very difficult to establish cause and effect today. We live in a world of very, very high uncertainty. And that has never happened before. And unfortunately, in Mexico, we're not very good at uncertainty. We're really good with certainty. You know, it's kind of in our genes. So we've been thrust into a world
where our own certainties are no longer helping us. We need to become more comfortable living in a world of, well, maybe this could happen. We need to entertain that possibility. And in VUCA is V-U-K. The A is
ambiguous.
Ambiguous. Yes, it's fuzzy. We're living in a fuzzy world now, and this has never happened before. At least in our times, it did happen before historically. It happened at the end of the Roman Empire. It happened at the end of the Persian Empire. So they're really exciting times, but they're very challenging, especially culturally, because we're going to have to learn how to adapt to very, very high uncertainty. That's VUCA. I recommend that you read about it. Okay. Very good point.
And the third is the empathy of environment. That's the one. Number 5.
What do you mean by that?
Environment empathy.
Yeah.
About care of the environment.
Very good. Okay, good one.
Multi-generational leadership.
Yep.
Right now, millennials and all that.
And also related to that point, like being really inclusive.
Yep.
Because for the next 4 or 5, 10 years, we will have even more diversity in all the groups.
Yeah, and this has never happened before, not even the Roman Empire. We have never had 4 generations working in the same workplace before. So it's a really exciting time. Really, really good.
Visionary, we mean with that it's a 2020 vision, technology, finance, everything, you know. The number 6 is remote working, adaptability. Number 7, work-life coach. That's concept. Okay, can you explain it a little bit?
I think it's really important not just being aware of what I need from you in the work environment. It's just also really know you and get deeper in what you need to being a better worker, but also a better person. Because if you don't find that kind of support from your boss, it's kind of develop a loyalty for the company, but also for this team.
Yeah, I would suggest as well that we would depend less on the leader, and we would look for that type of support in teams. So I think we're going to move away from this idea of someone up here and someone down here, and it's going to be more, it's kind of a ride idea. Yeah.
And the last one is experience improver. You know. So
it's
customer and in the organization.
Yeah, kind of this idea of little wow ideas.
It's more about the experience that you have from a product or from a service, rather than just having something or buying something.
Yeah, exactly. Many hotels are working on this today. This is what they're doing. They're creating wow experiences.
Experience oriented.
Yes, exactly. They're really going for
not just service oriented. Experience.
They're going beyond. Now they're going beyond service. It's all about that experience.
I think it's trendy, no, in marketing now, because everything is becoming a commodity. I mean, we sell service, communications, but that doesn't make a difference.
Right.
The competence can do the same, but we need to offer a different experience, a different emotions to our customers. So focus on that leadership, focus on that.
And there are some very, very interesting tools to do that. Design thinking is about creating new experiences. Good stuff.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's
it? Oh, that's brilliant. Well done. What would you add to that list? If there's something that they have mentioned,
for example, effective communicator.
Yeah. Okay.
Also,
I think they mentioned that. But it's the same kind of concept. The idea was kind of, how did you coin the phrase? Empathy with environment. I think it's the same thing.
For example, global thinking, apply local.
Local, yeah. Yeah, very good. That's a very good point. Okay, excellent. Anything else you'd like to add? Okay.
Collaboration.
Yeah.
Collaboration.
Yeah. Yeah.
Human.
Yeah.
And trust. Trust.
Trust, yeah. Trust is a real challenge.
Trust or trust?
Trust.
Trust.
Trust is a real challenge. I read a report that was carried out 3 years ago. And it suggested that 89% of the people who were involved in the study did not trust their colleagues. I know, it was crazy, because 88 did not trust their bosses. But it was funny that more people, 1% more, did not trust their colleagues. So I really do think, if that is true, we are in a trust crisis. Because many of the things that we do depend on trust. I mean, team building is about creating trust. So if there's no trust, then there's something happening there we're not good at. That's a very good point. Okay.
Positive abstraction and synthesis.
Yeah, abstraction and synthesis. Okay.
And ethics.
And ethics. Yeah, very important. Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, really important.
Learn to unlearn.
That is brilliant. Yeah. That is really good.
And part of the consequence of the learn to unlearn is to be innovative. That is already mentioned, right?
Yeah.
To inspire and to motivate that multicultural and multi-generational teams.
Yep.
Okay. And related to the trust that was mentioned before, you need to protect your people.
Yeah.
Okay. And the last one that is different is to be an expert on your business.
Yeah, to be a business expert. Yeah. Business economy. Yeah, that's brilliant. Very good. And you guys?
You guys? Coaching skills.
Coaching skills. This coaching skills is covered in this life coach idea. Okay.
Adaptable.
Adaptable. Yeah. Okay.
Visionary.
Visionary. I think that has been mentioned. And I think those are important. Okay. But the concepts, we're starting to see a pattern here. Okay. And what do you guys consider?
Ownership. Disruptive.
Ownership.
Yes.
Like accountability.
No, like I feel part of the company, that don't feel that it is just
like engaged.
Okay, like have some type of more profound relationship with the company.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
Disruption.
Yeah.
Delegate capacities.
Yeah.
Old-fashioned.
And old-fashioned. What would old-fashioned mean?
Something like someone says that to be human, not to become a robot.
Yeah, not to become a real person. Okay, that was very, very good. I'm not suggesting that you're wrong, but I am going to show you the results of another study. Okay. I mean, you know, we could probably do a study next week and we could come up with another 9 qualities. But I found this one to be quite interesting because it varies a wee bit from what we're used to. So the exercise that you've just done was repeated in different contexts, and we got these types of results. So we got 60% of the cases, creativity was mentioned. Now that's really curious because we're doing creativity here, and we only had 2 mentions of innovation. Okay, but what seems to be happening, and you never know because we live in an uncertain world, is that everything is moving in that direction. Okay, and as a consequence, we're creating environments for this to happen. So obviously, with creativity, you are going to have collaboration. You need it. It's not something now apart from creativity, it's now part of it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's what we saw in the video. We're trying to create environments where I can put someone who has a bit of an idea with someone who has another bit of an idea with someone who has another bit of an idea and get these people together. That's the trick. And they get together and they're not fighting for power and they're not fighting about who's right and who's wrong, but they're trying to explain that hunch that they've got because they want to bang that hunch with your hunch, and that is creativity. Okay? Integrity. I suppose integrity, as we're talking, integrity, we will also be talking about business ethics. Okay? Global thinking, very well mentioned. Influence, well, influence is really what leadership is all about. I mean, as leaders, we influence other people, basically what we do. Openness, which might be this idea of old-fashioned, might be this idea of human, more human. But I would say it's kind of sharing as well, and just not be so uptight, just be open and transparent as a leader. Obviously, delegation. Okay. Sustainability, which I think would be this idea of environmentally conscious and empathy with the environment. Humility is critical. It's actually critical for learning, because if I'm not humble, then I'm not going to realize that I have to learn stuff. So that seems to be very, very important. And lastly, fairness. Because favoritism, in Mexico right now, favoritism is a real problem. Well, no, sorry. The perception of favoritism is a real problem. Okay, I'm not saying that companies aren't, or leaders aren't necessarily have their favorites, but there is a perception in the workplace that many, many leaders do have their favorites. Okay, and that's not helping. Right? Okay, questions, doubts? No? Brilliant.
What do you think about this balance between being a total expert on some area or the multitask?
That is a very good question, my friend. That is very good. I think we have moved away from that. I think that debate has been, we've kind of pushed it aside. I'm not saying it's relevant. I think the model that we have today has changed. Is everyone up to speed on what we're going to discuss? Well, how I'm going to answer this question? Yeah? Okay, cool. I believe what's happening now is there's a T model. We're getting more of this. And it's not necessarily because I think myself as a professional, I fall into this category. It's just I think it works that way. It is that way. I think what's happening is we have developed a profile where we have a very extensive, very broad knowledge base. We now can know a lot of stuff, right? But we don't necessarily know a lot about a lot of stuff. Okay? I don't know. I mean, you guys, maybe you've read philosophy, maybe you've read economics, maybe you've read nuclear fusion. I don't know. Right? But I'm sure you read much more than what you do. You probably know, you've probably got quite an extensive range of knowledge, but it's not that profound. Okay? You could probably talk about a lot of politics. You know, we're not politicians, but we could probably talk about political philosophy. We could probably talk about philosophy. You know, we could probably have quite decent discussions, but we couldn't go in there that deeply. But what we could do is we have one area of extreme expertise, because we don't have any more time to have two. And if you want to innovate, you need to be an expert. You need to really know how it works. And for most people, the paradigm is that the children, the innocent, the people who don't know very much about things can innovate. Because that's the way they look at it, in a kind of naive way. That is false. The people who innovate are experts because they know how it works. They can describe it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think what is happening today is if you take advantage of continual learning, you will find yourself developing this type of profile, where you will have an extensive range of knowledge, not very profound, and you will have one area of extreme expertise. So it's the combination of both. And that's a very interesting profile, because I want to get experts together. You know, get a guy from biology and get a philosopher together and see what they can do. And it's happening. I mean, most of the major breakthroughs are happening not in the middle of the expertise, but in these areas where other people can get involved. That's what's starting to happen. That's really interesting. Very, very challenging.
Don't you think that social media and all that has promoted a little bit more of this piece of a lot of things?
Internet.
Yeah.
Internet has been absolutely amazing for many, many people, and I include myself. Really, it has been amazing.
In the 90s, if you didn't have Encarta, you were lost. Right?
I'll give you a real living example. I stopped painting for 20 years. You know, I got involved in growing up and being an adult and being a father and being a husband, and obviously not a very good one because I got divorced. But you know what I mean? I decided I'm not going to paint anymore. I'm going to really I'm really going to do what life is supposed to be about. Have children, get old, and stuff like that. And when I started painting again, I had the urge to get back in contact with artists, with many artists that I had admired when I was a student. Now, when I was a student in Manchester, the only way you could really see art was to go to museums, either in Manchester or in London, or if you had money, you could go to Paris or you could go to Madrid. But I wasn't a rich student, so I was kind of limited to what was happening in London, what was happening in Glasgow and Manchester, or go to the library. Okay, that was the only way you could see art. Today, I can go to my computer and I know, 600 works by Paul Klee. I couldn't imagine that when I was a student. You know what I'm trying to say? I said, what we can know today is absolutely incredible. So let's take advantage of it.
Yeah. But I get your point very well. But I read Umberto Eco one article he wrote. He said that all this internet diffusion, information, of the access we have to promote people that pretend to know things. Mm-hmm. They pretend to know things and can give an opinion, probably very superficial, but an opinion of something they even know it existed like 2 months ago or 1 month ago. Okay. So, what would be the correct balance for that? I don't know if you get my question or what I'm trying to say, but should we focus on being very expert on something to make a master's degree, a PhD, or should we just keep looking in a lot of things and and how that affect the vision of your people on you? On your leadership, because they could say you don't have a very deep knowledge of something. And you're trying to tell me what to do, you're trying to tell me, good point. To direct me. Yeah. Trying to apply it to leadership.
Yeah. Okay, well, what I can share with you is my personal experience being a consultant and coming from an art background, especially sculpture, was that actually I turned that knowledge into how to change companies. Weirdly as it seems, I started thinking about companies as sculptures. And there are 2 ways you work on sculptures. You either create something or you destroy it. So the 2 ways it works. Okay. And it was funny because I could get into a world where that previous knowledge, I was able to kind of transfer it, reuse language to describe concepts that were extremely complex. but I found it easier to understand them because I thought about them as a painter or as a sculptor. No, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. So in that sense, it did help me, being an expert, to understand other things through that language.
So, like use that as metaphors, or probably this is very similar to this situation I face daily. So I don't need to be an expert on that, but try to
well, you have a go
and apply it.
And you have a go. You see if it works.
Okay.
And it may not work, but I think the other side of your question, which is very, very interesting, is yes, I do think. I mean, it depends how deep this knowledge base is. Because if this knowledge base is very superficial, well of course you're going to be highly opinionated, but you may not be right. It's your opinion. And I think we all appreciate the opinion of people who have a slightly more profound knowledge base. So they have thought about it. Because we don't want to, it's not about repeating what you heard or reciting what you read. It's what that did to you. I think that's a more important quality.
That has an opinion about it.
Yeah. The thing is that what's happening in schools, I have an 11-year-old child here, is that he's not being taught to think. He's being taught to repeat things. That's going to be a real problem when he's 20. You know what I'm trying to say? Because he's starting to think that this is okay. And I'm having to tell him, no, this is not okay, this is bullshit. You need this. And it's not easy. And then he said, but look at him. He's got that and he's okay. So I think we've got real, as a society, we have real challenges there.
Because your leadership perception could be affected. I mean, how to transmit your team that you're not bluffing. That you're not blah, blah, blah.
Eventually,
well, but let's not forget some stuff. Okay, right. We have, there's a part of our brain that detects when you're bluffing. You guys know this?
No.
You do know this? Because if you know it, it's brilliant, eh? Because I think it's superb. You can look this up on the internet, and it's heavy duty stuff. Okay, it's there's a guy called Dan Sperber, a French philosopher, who works with a girl called Deirdre Wilson, and they're into epistemologic, what he calls epistemologic vigilance. Right. The idea is that we have no idea whether or not I am telling the truth. Okay, you have no idea. You can go to the internet and check it. So I mean, I am telling the truth here. Okay. But you don't have to. I don't see you all rushing to the internet. Okay. So something has happened in the time that we've been here, where you guys have said he's probably not bullshitting us. Okay? Now, they study that because it is intimately related to language. Because at the end of the day, it's just about communication. Exactly. So, we have, apparently, these guys have discovered a part of our brain, a module within our brain, that is exclusively dedicated to observing the truthfulness in communication. Okay? And it starts working when we're about 4 years old. Okay? And children use it mostly when they're interacting with adults. And basically what the child is trying to do is just understand whether the adult means the child any harm or not. Because really at the end of the day we are more sophisticated rabbits. Right? Or not. Yeah? So, as an animal, we are aware that people who are bigger than us may wish us harm. So we have this little module, cognitive module, that kind of is aware of that. And we make these judgments. Now, we don't know what you want to do with me, but if I see signs in your body language, or I see signs in the way, what you're saying and how you're saying it, that don't actually match, then my alarm is going to go off. So I'm going to be more aware of what's happening. Because if you think about it, we are more vigilant when we feel threatened. So this idea of bullshit, sorry to use that word, we've got that covered because you always almost know anyone who's bullshitting you. You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, it's something in us. Now that is very important because you've got it, but they have got it as well. So the people around you have that as well. So we as leaders have to be very, very, we have this very clear. Because if not, we're going to put into question trust, whether people will follow us, etc., etc. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of trying to respond to your question in that way. Okay?
Yeah.
Great. Questions? Any more questions? Any more doubts?
No.
No? Great. Okay. Good. Okay. I'd like to finish with another video that talks about leadership, creativity, and the challenges we have today. Okay? Very good. Oh, sorry.
If I was to ask you, what do CEOs view as the most crucial factor for business success, what would you say? Some of you might think business rigor, perhaps vision, maybe even manager discipline. But you'd be mistaken. According to a study by IBM, the number one factor identified for business success, believe it or not, is creativity. But we have a problem. These leaders say that creativity is core to business success. However, they're unknowingly choking it out of the business environment. So how do we bridge this gap? As a design leader in Silicon Valley for a dozen years, I've been spending some time thinking about this problem. And I believe we have a fundamental misunderstanding of creativity. We need to start by rejecting the notion that creativity belongs to a select few, that it's owned by the creative, right-brain thinkers, the painters, the playwrights, the poets, and that it's unavailable to the more logical left-brain thinkers, the mathematicians, computer scientists, engineers. I'm here to tell you today, we all have the capacity for creative thinking. In fact, creativity is a birthright, available to all, but used by few. Once we come to accept and acknowledge the fact that we can all be creative thinkers, we can focus on its development. So how do we ignite creativity? The answer is in our past. Picasso once said, every child is an artist. The problem is staying an artist when you grow up. I'd like to invite you all to take a moment, step back to your childhood. We questioned the world. We were curious about everything. And we were naturally observant. Did you know the average preschooler asks 100 questions a day? Yeah. We can draw a lot of inspiration about creativity from our childhood. It starts by opening our minds, looking for new possibilities, and challenging the status quo. Just like parents foster creativity in their children, we must do the same in the workplace. So how do we change? I'd like to share three strategies I believe everyone in this room can use to bring creativity to their workplace. Let's start by talking about environments. Environments are the foundation for creative thinking. If you look at most business environments today, this is what they look like. Not very inspiring. Boring, bland rows of cubes, equally boring and uninspiring meeting rooms. And the tools that we use, generic computers, lined notebooks, black pens. One of the core aspects of creative thinking is ideation, exploring a variety of ideas, collaborating. And these kinds of spaces and tools just don't foster that behavior. But think back to your childhood. These are the kinds of spaces you worked and played in. A variety of different locations for different kinds of activities. Bold, bright, colorful, energetic. And the tools we used? Blank paper, colored pencils, pens, paint, markers. Everything we needed for imagination and creation. The good news? Companies are catching on, and they're recognizing the importance of the environment. Microsoft, Google, Lego, just to name a few, are investing in spaces like these. They're getting the importance of creating a variety of spaces for employees. At Citrix, where I work, we opened a design collaboration space inspired by the design school at Stanford. It's 2,000 square feet of wide open space filled with whiteboards, tables, stools. It's easily configurable, so you can create any kind of unique working environment. Creative supplies are everywhere at your fingertips. The room is available at all times, designed for spontaneous collaboration. A radical change happened when we opened this space. It was pretty incredible. Instead of preaching about the merits of collaboration and ideation, we started seeing it happen real time every day. And even better, employees are telling us they love this new way of working, and they are coming up with better ideas that are impacting our products. Environment is the foundation for creative thinking. A second way that we can all ignite creativity in our workplace is through experiments. But the problem we have is we are so laser focused on execution, on process, on efficiency, that we're missing the opportunity for innovation. We create cultures where we are afraid to fail. And as a result, we do the same thing again and again and again because it's what we know and it feels safe. But we aren't able to innovate by repeating the same thing. We get trapped in this cycle of micro improvements, of incrementalism, and missing out on that great opportunity for creative innovation. Go back to your childhood. There was no one way to build a tower of blocks, or to make a fantastic creation from Play-Doh, to build a snowman after a snowfall. And if we failed, it was okay. It was part of the process. We need to bring this mindset back to the workplace. Thomas Edison made 1,000 unsuccessful attempts before inventing the light bulb, but he saw this as part of the process. He said the light bulb was an invention with 1,000 steps. We need to embrace this mindset of experimenting. We need to learn to fail fast and fail early. We need to take our ideas and improve them and iterate them. This is how ideas go from good to spectacular. A really great way to do this is through prototypes. Prototypes are models created cheaply and quickly using everyday items. You can take these prototypes and you can show them to customers. You can explore a broad array of ideas with prototypes. Throw away the ones that don't work and continue to refine the ones that do. It's the best way to experiment and fail fast, fail early. A really famous example of prototyping comes from IDEO, a design agency in Silicon Valley. They used this prototype, made from a marker, a film canister, and a clothespin. And they brought it to surgeons. This prototype resonated so well with the surgeons that they were able to come up with a whole host of ideas of how to improve this surgical device and bring it to life. IDEA was able to use this great information and feedback to refine the idea and ultimately generate a real surgical device that tripled the client's revenue in this product space. So although experimenting and prototyping may in some ways seem like child's play, it's actually driving real innovation and business success. A third way that you can all ignite creativity in the workplace is through storytelling. TED is the most fantastic example of storytelling. Spreading ideas through stories that touch people. But in the business environment, we have just lost the art of storytelling. I think we've all sat through this presentation. A stack of cold, boring bullets on a screen, no emotion, no context. What have we done? Stories have the ability to inspire and persuade, like these kinds of presentations never will. Like facts, reports, and charts just can't. Rewind to childhood, when we were all natural storytellers. We told stories through role play. We empathized with our characters and captured the hearts, minds, and imagination of our audience. We need to bring this back to the work environment. Stories have a really powerful ability to package information, context, and emotion. There are a few things that I believe make stories really, really successful. First of all, they start with passion and emotion and vision. They're not at all about constraints and timelines. They make your customer the hero, someone that your audience wants to invent for. They're hanging on every word. They want to see that customer succeed. And lastly, stories drive conversations. They're not just one-way monologues. They leave the audience wanting more. They want to understand. They want to help bring your idea to life. One of my favorite examples of story-led innovation comes from GE Healthcare. Doug Dietz, an industrial designer for 20 years, decided he was going to go out and see his MRIs being used in the hospital. And he made a really unexpected discovery. The experience of a child receiving an MRI. The child was crying in the hallway, and the father leaned down and said, "Remember, I told you, you have to be brave." Doug was so moved by this experience that he wanted to learn more. He discovered that many children have to be sedated because this experience of an MRI is so terrifying. This increased risk, cost, and stress on the family and the child. Doug was so determined to solve this problem, he went back to GE Healthcare and told this story. A group of people were so inspired that they wanted to work with him. They wanted to change the ending of this story. And the result is pretty incredible. They developed the Adventure series of scanners. This one is actually called the Cozy Camp Experience. And as soon as the child opens the door, they're off on a camping adventure. They snuggle into a sleeping bag, and when they go into the MRI machine, it's now an adventure in a tent. He and his team completely transformed this experience from one of terror, risk, and cost to one of complete joy. Pretty incredible. The good news is lots of companies are getting the importance of stories. These are pictures from my workplace. People are telling stories with their ideas, using prototypes and bringing them to life. Creativity has the power for invention and ultimate success. Environments, experiments, and storytelling are just a few of the ways that I believe you can inject it into your workplace. But remember, creativity is a birthright. It's available to all, but used by few. So I ask you to embrace, empower, and insist on creativity in your workplace, and watch the ideas unfold. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments?
We need colors and blocks to put in front of another. As she said, go back to our childhood.
Yeah, that's what we need to do. Go to Office Max. Buy Sharpies. Buy Post-its. Collect stuff that you can use to make prototypes. We're going to look at prototypes tomorrow because the potential of prototype is absolutely brilliant. I've just come up from a project, Great Place to Work project, where we prototyped the processes, and we invented 41 different processes to improve the work environment. We prototyped them. We held a market fair where the people who work in the organization could go and interact with the prototypes. They told us what they liked, what they didn't like. We changed the prototypes, and without a doubt, this company will be a great place to work. It will be within the top 10 this year, without a doubt. So the power of prototyping is brilliant. It is unlimited. So we're going to look at that tomorrow. We're also going to look at ideation, and there's some other stuff that I didn't do today on leadership that I'd like to cover tomorrow. Okay? So tomorrow, come as a child.
Okay.
Yeah, come as a child. Yeah. Chill, wear children's clothes, wear t-shirts, dress the way you want, the way you feel comfortable. Yeah, to be yourself. Okay? Now, before you go, I'd like to hear, I'd like you to try and summarize, and if it's possible, the experience we've had today. Okay? And if possible, I'd like you to do it in one word, using one word. Okay? But it's difficult, so you can have two. Okay? So, I'd like to hear
Inspiring.
Inspiring, brilliant.
Insight.
Insight.
Because I discovered things that I didn't know.
Brilliant.
Many things were wrong.
Excellent.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. Yeah. Okay, very good.
New.
Good.
Awakening.
Yeah, nice one.
Useful.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Practice and reflection.
Yeah.
Collaborative.
Yeah, very good.
Enthusiasm.
Good. Uh-huh.
Challenge.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Teamwork.
Yep.
I don't know, I have many words.
Okay.
But this course is teaching me that I don't need to be embraced, shy, to be as I am.
Mm-hmm. No, not at all. No, not at all.
Interesting.
Good. Good.
Learn.
Yeah.
Aspiration.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 words. There is hope for the world.
There isn't. While we're here, there is. The thing is keeping us here. That's the real challenge.
Motivation.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry?
Deeper.
Uh-huh.
Deeper is
Nice one.
challenge.
Yep.
Embrace the challenge.
Yeah, nice one.
Better than expected.
Sorry?
Better than expected.
Oh, very good.
Use creativity.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Good.
Disrupt.
Yeah, disrupt.
Knowledge and reflection.
Knowledge and reflection, excellent. Okay, so thank you very much indeed for today. It has been a really, really pleasant experience, and I really am looking forward to working with you guys tomorrow. I hope you get rest, You're going to need it. And have a good trip. Oh. So see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you. Okay? I think it would be better if you take it with you. Okay? I'm saying that not, I don't really know. I'm going to ask Malena if I can keep some stuff here, or she can keep it for me. But that's just because I'm running around to work. I would say, yes, thank you. I give it back. There's any post-its, used, I would appreciate those.
Hoy pronto sale en televisión. ¿Por dónde pasé? Sí.
Oye, mañana yo.
O sea, sí, pero yo también.
Sí, es para ver si mi nombre está
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Take it off. Yeah, thank you. See you tomorrow. Safe home. Great.
Mañana yo no te preocupes. Me marca que te dejo que ir a tengo que comenzar pero ¿y por qué te ¿Qué pasa que yo se veía
She should be here at 5 o'clock. Okay.
Yo voy a hacer la sí. Bueno, pero va a ser breve.
Michael. Thank you, Michael. You're welcome. See you tomorrow, Elliot. See you. You're welcome. You're welcome. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
Sí, sí, gracias. Ajá, sí. Okay.
¿Tú trabajas con ella?
No, ya se regresó ella.
¿Verdad?
¿Cómo dices?
¿Lo que si trabajan juntos o algo?
Sí, bueno, está en la misma dirección.
Ok.
Pero depende de gerencia.
Okay.
Yo quiero favor nada más de eso.
Ok. Gracias.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Take it easy.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mariana. Bye. Okay, see you tomorrow.
It was great to see you. Sorry, I arrived late today, but
Yeah, I saw that. I wasn't quite sure who you were actually when you came in.
Yeah.
But you had.
I have something to. I had a meeting in the morning.
Okay.
Business meeting.
Uh-huh.
And I couldn't get. I actually said to Elena to let you know that
Okay.
there was a meeting.
Okay, so may I forgot.
Yeah, I think I forgot.
It's a real shame you were. I mean.
Yeah, I actually got a couple of minutes, more than a couple of minutes, like half an hour at the beginning.
Okay.
Just before writing, working with this piece of papers and everything.
Uh-huh.
But I need to part of the posters and all.
Okay. Well, yeah, but you probably have the very similar expectations.
Yeah, I thought it would be something like that.
Yeah.
Well, the rest of the name was
Good.
So, okay, so proceed tomorrow.
Yep.
Tomorrow is going to be a good time. So, I mean, I think the interesting part, another interesting part is that one of the decision making.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
I'll look at that. I mean, I think basically, the only thing we cover in decision making related to this is how we choose ideas. What types of criteria do we use to choose ideas after a creative session, after we have generated the ideas, how do you choose them? That's really the only thing we're looking at in decision making. I'm not really sure if in the course later on in the course you have. Okay. Great. Great to see you. Looking forward to working with you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, great.